Good evening, ladies, lords, lasses, and all those in between. It is I, the Deathly Shad, your here to Dungeon Master for the Tuesday Rains of Vitrium D&D campaign. Well, I guess it's more of a tabletop role-playing game now and not anything associated with WotC and their chicanery, but we don't have to think about that too much. Here introducing themselves are my wonderful co-hosts, wonderful players, my apologies. Agathar, the Kobold Necromancer, give the audience a little how do you do.
Well, how do you do? I'm Agathar, the Necromancer. I was gonna say the thing you said earlier, but I forgot it.
Yes.
That's how my brain is right now.
Now, I feel that. The resident were-raven divination wizard, Percival, give the audience a how do you do.
Hello, I am here, present.
Alright then.
Currently.
Then we have Rensois, or Renswu as I call them on occasion, the Orictali or Rabbit Folk, monk druid. Give the audience a how do you do.
Howdy do, neighbor.
Well, there you go.
From the critic.
Then we have Soren, our other resident Orictali samurai. Give the audience a how do you do.
Howdy, doodly do.
Alright then. And last we have Valen, another Orictali grave domain cleric. Give the audience a how do you do, if you would.
What's up, everyone? I started to get tongue-tied there, but it's gonna be one of those games today. Yay!
I'm sure it'll be fine, probably. Who knows? I don't. But still, regardless of all that, this is the Rains of Vitrium campaign, a campaign that is streamed every Tuesday at the exact same time.
Holiday.
If you missed the stream or you're watching the VOD, then you know that this VOD goes up on Wednesday at the same time that the game is streamed on Tuesdays, but on Wednesday instead. Hooray!
VODs are uploaded on Wednesdays at 6:30
Yes.
EST.
Yes, and if you want to see me in a less structured format with more of an improvisational feel, I run an improv campaign for Tabletop Arcade that is streamed on Twitch every Saturday at 9 o'clock CST?
Give or take.
Yeah,
I think so.
something like that.
Something like that. I watch it on occasion. It's fun.
Yeah. Thank
Especially
you.
when you get to throw random shit at
Yes.
viewers.
Yes, like the Tyranids and Cornish Barbarians, or perhaps the Icemen that froze a whole city. Don't worry about them. They'll be fine, probably. Who knows? I don't. But what I do know is that this is old Rains of Vitrium, and let us get back into the action. When last we left our heroes, Agathar the Kobold Necromancer, Percival the Halfling Divination Wizard, Rensois the Orictali Monk Druid, Soren the Orictali Samurai, and Valen the Orictali Grave Domain Cleric, our party had just returned to the city of Deepwood in the country of Vitrium. And upon returning here, they discovered a couple interesting details. First of all, Maxwell is dead, and upon investigation of his body, they found out that he was killed by a magically induced heart attack. Which, well, they kind of took offense to, I'd imagine.
He ain't staying dead for long.
No, he is not. Probably.
Okay, he'll get better.
Yes. Sorry, I was adjusting the volume on the music a little bit. Unless it doesn't need to be adjusted. Anyway, but still. And as it was realized, Bethany was somehow the one behind the crime. A Orictali woman that the party had encountered, that it was supposedly the accountant for a den of drug dealers known as the Dancers. Yes, very intimidating name, I'm sure.
Very original.
Yes. And, well, the party, in a fit of rage that their friend Maxwell had been killed, decided, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna participate in the raid tomorrow. And that is where we left the party off as we kind of pan the camera back in through the streets of Deepwood as it begins to gently pour down in rain. And, you guys have arrived back at the bar with no name. It is roughly 5 o'clock in the afternoon after your escapades of traveling back and forth around the town, capturing people for the police and turning them in and so on and so forth. What is it you guys want to do?
Alright, so back to the bar with no name, take stock of inventory, how much coin we got, and do any last minute purchases.
Well, personally, I think we should maybe get one scroll of silence, because I don't know if anybody knows that spell.
I unfortunately do not.
I can learn, I can prep it, but it's a concentration spell.
Yeah. If you guys want, I can run out and pick up that scroll, and then I can either copy it down or Percival can. It's up to you guys. As much as I would love to finish my spell tonight, I think silence is going to be a little more advantageous to get.
It will also cripple us if we enter that field, so we had best hope for a roomy area.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I was planning on taking silence anyway.
Well,
I have banishment, polymorph, haste. Those will be useful, especially if I use haste on Soren.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the extra speed will allow them some more oomph.
I can't say
no sword.
I can't say no to a good hasten.
Oh, yeah.
I figured as much.
It's a good spell.
I don't think anyone says no to a haste.
I don't know. It's
It was a mite disoriented when I first got it, but then when I accustomized to it, it was, no pun intended, kind of a rush.
Oh yeah.
I do plan on taking a spell, but I am still debating on it. Given
What did you have in mind?
It's something that we could potentially stack onto Soren with haste, but I can put it onto anyone, maybe everyone. It's just going to hurt me as well. But the recipients of the spell, they won't be affected to damage as much.
But you take half of it?
If I'm reading correctly, the wording of this spell is weird.
If you're talking about warding bond, then yes.
Yeah. Yeah, when it takes the resisted damage, I also take the same amount of damage. But
Agathar, man, I know how that feels, but I take the full one.
But the target gets +1 to AC, +1 to saving throws, resistance to all damage, and I take the damage that they take also.
It's pretty useful. But that means you're gonna have to control how much you get hit as well. Because if you're taking damage from 2 different sources, I don't imagine you're gonna stay up for very long.
Yeah. Bright side, it's not concentration.
That is kind of nice.
No.
I do want to pick up the necessary components so everyone can have it. Platinum rings, just simple platinum bands, worth at least 50 gold. Has to be matching set. Grab the bare bones platinum bands. I already gave one to Soren just in case we ever need it. And I mean,
Minimizing the damage that Soren takes while being hasted, he would be a murder machine.
yeah.
More so than usual.
And it's a lot better since it's not concentration. Because if I'm holding on to silence, then that could be good. But say you don't need silence, throw on what's a fucking spell?
Yeah, I mean, if there's
throw on
a
Shield of Faith.
yeah, if there's a minimal amount of those specific mages that use that kind of magic,
Out
then
of
maybe
curiosity,
Hmm?
sorry for the minor interruption. Out of curiosity, you guys are having
good.
this discussion in the middle of like the tavern in like a corner area? Question mark.
I would imagine we walked and talked into a table in a corner.
Yeah.
Okay then.
The table with no name.
Mm-hmm.
All right then.
The table with no name.
You guys are at a table with no name. That's Xanadu. that is Xanadu shtick to have tables with names. But we don't worry about that. So you guys are each seated around. What is your seating arrangement?
The rum is good.
There's an arrangement to seating. I sit somewhere.
All right.
know,
So
You know what,
sat down.
You know what, Renswa is gonna sit where she can see the stairwell, just in case a certain ninja walks downstairs.
I was
Okay.
actually going to sit next to Renswa as well.
All right. So you're in the corner. Agathar's to your left. Percival's across. And then Valen is to the right. And
Sure.
Soren, are you to the right or left of Are you to the left of Agathar or the right of Renswa?
Left of Agathar.
Left of Agathar. Okay. So the seating arrangement is Percival with her back to the front door, then to her right Soren, then Agathar, then Renswa, then Valen. Correct?
And
I believe so.
That
Okay.
sounds correct.
All right.
I will say that going
that doesn't make
into
sense.
yeah, I know, right? I will say that going into the raid, into this event, I will not have my highest tier spells.
Why not?
Well, first off, for one of them being so I could cast Death Ward on myself.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is to upcast a spell.
I see.
That'll allow me to give me 3 people 15 health
Oh, okay.
to their max.
Makes sense.
So I know that me and Soren will be 2 of the 3. I just don't know who wants a 3rd.
Well, if anything, I should be far enough. I should be far away from people swinging swords and the like. So, anyone else who likes being up close and personal might wish to take that.
I suppose I could take it then. Considering, well, I suppose it depends on where this raid ends up happening. Condensed areas, I'm more likely to be useful simply providing, coverage and obstructions to others, much like we did in the pyramid together with the firewall.
The
However,
only-
in a more open area like a warehouse of sorts, perhaps it might be more effective to simply go in fists swinging.
yeah, my only stipulation is that the silence spell is going to affect. If it's a small enough area, it's going to affect everyone, including all of us who use spells.
Yeah, but at the very least, really only Percival will fully relies on spells in combat. So any one of us that is sort of can cast but can also hold their own in a fist fight, that probably won't matter as much.
Might, depending on how fast we end up going down.
Fair. As long as those spells don't need a verbal component, of course.
Well, alas, as all spells need verbal components for clerics.
Yeah, I'm gonna see which one doesn't need verbal for me.
But because I plan on holding silence, I do plan on being more towards the back to try to keep it up for as long as possible. Wait, what is silence? Is that third level spell?
As the
No,
as the
second
five of you
level.
are as the five of you are discussing amongst yourselves, Percival to your left and Valen to your right, both Eloise and that mysterious samurai figure from earlier take a seat at your table.
There is like a low and guttural growl that kind of leaves Percival as they just make themselves comfortable at her table.
What do our passive perceptions see? Anyone else of that party?
Well, I mean, you see Lana sitting at her own table, easily enough, and nothing of the other two. And Eloise gives a very small hat tip towards you, Percival. A sign of respect amongst your particular group of people. Before she says, sorry to bother each of you, but, well, word is through a very localized grapevine that something big might be, going down tomorrow, and, well, I have come here to present myself in the aid of my party in this endeavor, should you so desire to utilize it.
You wanna help us?
Valen just looks at whoever's across from him and just gives the face of, can nothing be secret in this town?
I suppose you want a cut of our revenue in this then too.
No. I desire no revenue from you, Percival. I know how much it means to you. My request is that if we do you a favor, then you owe us a favor in kind as well.
Her face kind of like contorts into a sneer.
Agathar kind of like looks at her quizzically. Well, it's pardon me, but it seems to me that offering your assistance in terms of a favor seems like you already have one in mind for us.
Well, more accurately, I have one in mind for Percival here that I believe will be of some aid to the both of us. But it is certainly something that I don't feel necessarily confident in doing in my own rights.
May I throw in an insight?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna want to throw insight on that too.
Ooh, 21.
When you in?
Yeah, why not?
I forgot to switch
Let's
it over.
see. Insight.
Okay. 2 21s and a 10. With your 10, Dragovin, you would notice that she's sincere in her approach, albeit a little bit nervous. With the 21s, the two of you, Renswa and Agathar, both notice that she's intentionally being like she's intentionally occluding what she's thinking about. She's trying her best not to give up the game, so to speak, because what she's asking for is going to be fairly major.
It's sort of
But-
a situation with protocols. It's like, look, just trust me on this.
Kind of, yes.
She's definitely picking her words carefully.
Yes, she is picking her words carefully. She is doing her best to allude to things without actually pushing forward.
Right.
I don't like that 10d20 roll that I did.
What did Renswa's 21 get any? Oh wait, I think
Yeah.
that's what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait.
So Percy's drumming her fingernails across the tabletop, leering Eloise as she's contemplating it.
She
Did you have the conversation we spoke of with your friend?
yes, I did.
And they said,
Well, you know how willful some people can be. She said she will do what she wants. And that the only thing stopping her is, well, stuff being locked down, so to speak.
well, then apparently this favor isn't very important to you.
I can't control my comrades, Percival. I try my best, but if you want to stop something, if you really care about it, you'll put something forward towards it.
Well, I have an easier solution. If they can't control themselves, then they don't need to come.
You don't want
Agathar's
them
got the
to.
face of like, are we missing something?
You don't want them to come on this mission to assist.
She kind of has like a smug sort of like shrug. He's like, no, they wouldn't be much help anyway.
Well, I assure you they would be a great help to all of us. But if you feel discomforted about that, then they won't be along for this one.
Good.
Soren kind of goes, so who are we talking about? I
Don't worry
is
about
this,
it.
Is this someone? Well, hold on. They could probably help. Is this someone? I'm sure this is someone I haven't met yet.
We may need all the help we can get with this.
Percy has this like scowl on her face as she kind of like slowly pans around the table.
Agathar's like kind of staring at Percival, just kind of chair scoots back, stands up. I'm gonna get us some drinks. He just pops off.
Both Eloise, the guy seated at the table, who's kind of like looking at Soren's, just like, yes, maybe you should. Oh, sorry, yeah, maybe you should get us a drink or two. We're gonna need him at this rate.
I hop.
In fact,
And then suddenly sitting in the seat is Doug.
in fact, I may have an idea. If they're not allowed to come on the mission, I might have something they could do to help.
Well, shall we say their skills are rather unique. so I'm not sure what you would exactly want them to do, per se.
Just harumphs when she mentions that person again.
What are their skills?
Unimportant.
Well,
No, it might. Well, it
They're-
depends.
they're tangentially important. They are a quote master of unlocking and infiltration and assassination.
I wonder if they'd be. I wonder if their skill set would be sufficient enough to protect Bethany's parents.
Aren't they
Just-
dead?
She's going to shake her head. No, that she's not a protection duty person. That would be Riven here. And she points to the tabaxi man to her left. And he kind of like gives her a scowl, like, "Now why'd you go and have to say my name so casually? Made it a
Say that
whole
name
point
again,
on
Shad.
made a whole point on being mysterious, like."
We're also talking as if we've already accepted this. I don't know what this favor is you're asking or the time frame on it, but I hope you know that I'm not looking at going out that way anytime soon.
Yes, I know, but it's just more of a when the time comes type thing. We still have preparations to do. If you would like, I will discuss with you this favor at a later point in time. And if you feel it is too much for you and your group, then, well, I shall think of another one. One that's more manageable. As I've said before, Percival, I'm not going to force you into anything. Never my intention.
I will make a concerted effort to hear you out.
Regardless,
Even if you
sorry, go ahead.
even if you struggle to keep your comrades in any sort of order.
She's just gonna sigh. At around this point in time, Agathar, you have brought the drinks back. There's like a little round table of them, and both Eloise and Riven both take their drinks and just drink them down really quickly, almost in unison. Like, oof, long day for this one.
Like they just shotgun them.
Yep, pretty much.
Percy just unscrews her bottle and has a drink of what's in her infinite bottle of coffee.
Still,
Yeah, I pass it out and then I go back to my chair, which Doug is suddenly not there anymore.
still,
Like he was never there.
if you would be so kind as to accept us on this mission, we of course will lend aid however we can.
So hands for at least hearing out a favor. A possible favor.
Aye.
Indeed.
I have an idea what you want. Or at least an inkling.
Yes. Well, if all of you are so inclined to hear it, you see her pull out of one of her pouches a small ring which she slips onto her right hand. And as she twists it, all of you guys feel a popping sound in your ears, almost as if you went up to high altitude. And suddenly, the general din of the bar cannot be heard.
That was disconcerting.
Wow,
Yes.
Agathar's rolling his jaw.
Now-
Valen's doing the same thing.
Now, I would like all of you to realize that whatever is said within this sphere of influence does not leave it. I'm taking a leap of faith, so to speak, by trusting that the companions in Percival's sphere of influence are honorable individuals, and those who won't sell me or my compatriots downriver, so to speak.
I don't exactly have a reason to, so
She will not.
On the honor.
And she'll look to Rensois.
Per-
Go ahead.
Percy just looks on edge.
She'll then look to Rensois and Valen.
Francois will shrug and give like a half smirk. I mean, you have no worries here. If anyone was going to sell someone out for coin, it would be Percival. And since she has agreed, there's nothing to worry about.
Very fair and very true.
With a...
We have a decent amount of honor between all of us, I'd like to think.
That's good.
Naive at times, yes, but not fools.
That's good to hear. With a sigh and pushing of these large round-rimmed glasses up her nose, she kind of adjusts her hat. What do each of you know of the country of Vuori? And with that, I'm going to need everyone to roll me a history check.
history.
Yeah, history.
I want to say, does Agathar get advantage due to
Yeah.
No,
Do
he
I?
didn't live in the limelight there.
Alright, because I do remember vaguely that he did grow up there.
Go,
Over time?
Percival, roll.
Oh,
Excuse me, roll 20.
Yeah, roll
That's
history.
10, not a 9. Oh, wait, no, I rolled a 10. That's right, I got a -1 to history. I'm an idiot.
Okay, so generally what Valen, Soren, and Rensois know is that Vuori is to the east of Vitrium. No, it's to the east. Pretty sure. Here.
it's north.
Yep, Vuori is to the northeast of Vitrium. Way past Tarandria. And it is a very poor country that has a bit of an undead problem. There are a lot of undead there, just in general. And that's what the 11, 9, and 12 get. The 14 gets a little bit more. Well, Percival, you actually have advantage on the check.
Hey, my rolls, they suck.
Percival, you know that around about 100 years ago, a king came into power in Vuori, and he slowly started to radicalize it against undead and supernatural threats. And more specifically, anything supernatural. Agathar, with your 21, well, you might even have a little bit of first-hand experience with this, but the king in Vuori is known for being very zealous in nature. He formed various paladin orders that were sent out to perform his bidding. One in particular is very radical indeed. They are willing to kill men, women, children, to put anyone to the sword that they believe are performing acts of necromancy, that are lycanthropes, that are vampires, or anything that is supernatural and a threat to their country, or that is a perceived threat to their country, is put to death with no mercy and no accounting for circumstances. If someone is infected with lycanthropy, then there is no attempt to remove the curse. They are simply put to death.
To remove the curse another way.
Yes, with their death.
Yeah,
Remove the life, you also remove the curse.
They burn people at the stake. They put heads on stakes as totems, as warning signs. And it's been the same king in control of the place for 100 whole years, ever since its formation. And their king is a human, old, and some people thinking reaching the last of his days. But he just hasn't died yet. No one knows what happened to the rest of his royal line. All they know is that there is just the king.
Agathar's kind of nervous smile slowly fades into kind of a grim expression. Yeah, Fury, I know of it.
She nods. Yes. Well, we, one of our compatriots, who is not here at the moment, whom is making talks with other people right now, is the, Prince of Vuori.
Whoa.
He is the next in line for the throne, and he has asked our help with usurping his father.
I can see why you wanted this bubble here.
Yes.
Usurping a king, that's
King
no light
mad with
task.
power. And a human who's still alive in his hundreds? No. Doesn't sit right with me. He's doing something.
Look, but that is our end goal. We have other tasks to accomplish up to that point. We need to get a bit of support. We need to get a functional army to take care of the army of paladins and clerics under the king's aegis and his band of fanatics. And lastly, we need to ensure that the king isn't killed by the usurping. The prince is very adamant he does not want his father murdered.
Maybe.
Do you have a reason?
Valen's gonna look at Rensois. You know, Master never said that everyone we're searching for is in Vitrium. Do you think there might be a chance one of them are in Vuori?
She's just gonna kind of pinch the bridge of her nose. That sounds exactly like the kind of thing Master Mel would neglect to mention. Though I suppose it makes sense. It would be a bit odd for all of the Archmages to be concentrated within one area.
You see Eloise and Ribbon both quirk an eyebrow at that. Before Eloise kind of like leans in. Archmages. Wait, what is it exactly you're referring to? Like a normal archmage or something else?
Valen will look at them, look at Percival. You think that you should let them know since they're letting us know something of this magnitude?
Percy kind of like snaps out of something and she looks up to you and is like,
Oh.
Eloise is gonna insight you.
Insight who? Percy?
Oh, Percy. Also, that is a natural 20.
Oh, of course.
What about you, Francois? Agathar? Seeing as how we have the biggest...
Well, the rules of this
Impact?
bubble work both ways, right? And he looks at Eloise.
She will nod. I don't see why I would ask you to be silent about a major commitment I am attempting to make, whilst not doing the same for you. It would be outside the rules of hospitality.
Fair enough.
Indeed.
Our master Mel tasked us with finding a number of archdruids.
And archmages.
Yeah,
Well, they're
archmages of various capacities,
schools, yeah.
along with 2 miscellaneous ones.
Mm-hmm.
Whom everyone believes is a archdruid, Mel, is actually one of these archmages. From what little we've gathered, and from my own rumor and assumptions, a hidden cabal of powerful spellcasters, ranging from the schools of magic to divine and even natural magics.
She puts a hand on her chin, and she ponders for a bit. You know, it's funny you mention that. You said there was an Archmage of the Divine, yes?
Yep.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Actually,
Sorry.
Eloise.
I couldn't I couldn't mute in time. She
Really?
is. She's going to say, well, there's a rumor that the King of Vuori is looking for a very specific human. Someone that is said to be in contact with the gods of the realm.
Interesting.
Soren will, or not Soren. Yeah. Valen will just look over at Sorenson. 5 gold that Mel knows exactly where he's at, or where they're at.
of course she would.
Naturally.
And another 5 gold to
She's
if
prob-
this is the person we're going to be looking for.
And this human's name?
I don't know their name. All I heard is that the king is looking for a very particularly powerful person that is said to be able to speak to the gods. Any of them. Now, I can try and find out more about that, because I was thinking about chasing that lead myself, but seeing as how you are invested in finding these archmages, then, well, one might believe that this is the Archmage of the Divine that you're thinking of.
Most
Wouldn't
likely.
make sense.
Mel really didn't give us any other direction other than let us choose a starting point, and depending on where we started, we get that mage, go back, report.
Understood.
And, yeah, but this one that we're currently after, that we've been delaying,
Yeah.
she said we can get off of it and come back on whenever we wanted. So,
We're
Well,
already here.
personally speaking, I feel you should finish what you started here first.
yeah.
It isn't like the. It isn't like the. It isn't like, we're going to erase 100 years of tyranny from Vuori overnight.
Well, you see, this particular archmage that we're looking for, Rinsois.
I'm not even gonna let Rutswa like.
Francois, you're an
Just-
archmage?
Just glares.
Would you like to take on this part? Or should I just continue speaking?
Dralam, do I need to say anything beyond that?
Oh, the insane snake woman.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
one,
Oh,
yes.
Dralam. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
These archmages can be noted based on a particular item that they carry.
Riven chimes in at this point. Oh, I see that Archmage is equipped with ballistics.
The item that
He gives Soren a wink, like a hey, you get it?
I'm just gonna
Soren just kind of looks at him and is like, I don't recall her owning any ballistas.
He frowns. Our respect for you's gone down exponentially.
I know what ballistas are.
From what I surmise myself, I can't really talk for Rinsois or anyone else, or Agathar, or even anyone else. But they won't reveal their true nature until they've gotten this item returned to them.
Well, I don't really know much about what you would or would not be returning, but what I can say is, she'll turn to Percival. You can imagine why I feel you'd want to be involved in this.
We will play a part in some way.
She
But
will not.
do not assume it will be soon.
No, it's fine. As I said, we have 100 years of tyranny to, well, put the cracks in the foundations of. We're not going to make our move anytime soon unless extenuating circumstances force us to.
Very well.
But, thank you. It will mean a lot
Oh.
that you're involved in this.
Don't
And
thank
she'll-
me.
Why shouldn't I?
Because either way, we're gonna end up into that mess one way or another, whether you asked us or not. There's a good chance that it's gonna happen one way or another.
If I might ask, what brings you here to Deepwood, though? If your task is over in Vuori, why are you here?
Well, the prince wished to discuss information with a member of the ch-ldr-n court. And this bar here, and she taps the table, lets us easily travel between the ch-ldr-n court and Callan Fur, and a much more safe location in Deepwood, considering its proximity to Vori.
Hmm. No.
Regardless of it all, I thank you for informing me of these archmages. They seem like they might be key players in the battle to come for Vori.
We're just about everywhere.
Possibly.
Yes, and then there's this rumbling of things in ch-ldr-n that are really frightening to a degree as well. Seems like there's a lot of things happening on the horizon.
Like the world is just shaking itself apart.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
know
sure.
of little that was going on outside of Vitrium, but we've seen a bit of the bramble expanding.
Well, I can't say much about that. But what I do know is each member of my team has a very vested interest in stopping the King of Vori. In one way or another. And she'll unconsciously glance towards Percival before looking back to the rest of you guys. Regardless,
She's kind of staring at the table with her fingers steepled in front of her nose.
Regardless, till then, we can assist as best we can in this upcoming raid on the on this. What are you raiding exactly? We know. I know that it's that group of drug dealers that you've been dealing with recently. You weren't exactly very quiet in capturing someone just outside the bar.
You see, we weren't expecting it to be that easy. We were honestly coming back for the day. They just so happened to be in front of us.
Yeah, it was a stir of the moment.
Yes.
As you do.
Yes. Well, sad to say, you are you're probably a known quantity to them. Hence why my offer. So, sorry, you go ahead.
What we do know so far is that they are magic prone to dealing with, what was it? Enchantment?
Yeah. I think it was enchantment.
Yes, it was enchantment.
And
yes, enchantment.
yeah, no, I'm saying that in character, like enchantment. I want to say, I don't recall. Someone help.
Agathar.
And they have clones.
So we are dealing with a cabal of drug dealers and that have access to 8th tier and lower magic. That is going to be a very tough nut to crack. And you see that
potentially X.
You see that she kind of begins to steeple her own fingers, almost unintentionally mirroring Percival, as she begins to mutter to herself beneath her breath.
As far as we know, we don't know where this raid is taking place. We were going to find out in the morning.
Well, we can't really plan for every eventuality. We have to assume that they're going to be in a warehouse of some description. But considering how this is a Vitriumite thing, then they might have their base out in the woods near Deepwood, which would make things a bit more interesting. in its own rights. Mm,
It's most likely going to be in a city, in town,
Maybe.
Potentially.
because there's a good chance of civilians going to be in the way.
Well, I don't even know. That was probably an assumption on the chief's part. I don't think she knows where it's at.
Yeah, true.
well, if she's gonna know today, then perhaps it would be best for us to reconvene this meeting in the morning. When are you supposed to be at the precinct?
8 in the morning.
Then we should reconvene at 6 or 6:30ish.
Yep. I'll message our master, see what information can't glean from her
I don't know what she's
about
doing.
this whole who might be in Viore.
She'll nod.
Yeah.
Apparently
And
she knows where everyone is except divination.
she's gonna shrug on that one. Well, considering the nature of divination magic, if this is supposed to be someone who's the best at it, then it would be very easy for someone of that nature to both avoid detection and, well, watch other things and know where they're supposed to be.
Yep, as per Mel's words, we don't find them, they find us.
She nods. Still, I believe, me and Riven, with that in mind, we'll turn in for the night. And then Riven's like, speak for yourself, little lady. I'll, either, sit here and just, shoot the shit with all these, fine folks here if they don't mind, or I'll just, go and partake of a couple extra drinks at the bar. And she'll just nod. Do what you will. I'm going to go and get some sleep.
I will say, next you talk to everyone in your party, before they rest, any spellcasters, just ensure that they are aware that we will be dropping an area of silence.
Eloise nods. I know how to work around silence fields. And, well, Riven here doesn't need to worry about them, and, well, a few of our other party don't need to worry about them so much either. And as she
Just thought I'd
stands,
give that heads up.
she'll nod, and I thank you for that. As she stands, she'll twist that ring and everyone's ears pop once more as sound returns to your area.
Oh, I'm never going to get used to that.
You get used to it after a while.
Star's
And-
ears are bleeding.
It's harmless popping. It's harmless.
Followed by steam.
And she will begin to leave off. And unless you guys kick Riven off the table, then, he'll just kind of like sit there and drink with you.
Agathar
No.
will hop off the tables. I'm gonna get a head start on something.
Yeah. You need
Alright,
any... Does anyone need any gold for any spell adding or last minute shopping? For reagents?
Percy kind of like snaps out of the whatever she was currently focusing on to like perk her ears up and look in your direction. What was it?
Funny, what?
You have any spell scrolls that you need coin to put into your spell books?
I do, in fact.
Agathar?
He's like, I'm looking through.
I,
Um,
I have $4.99, and we do have that, and we did get a 1K. So
Mhm.
unless we don't need any, unless you two are good for scrolls into books, probably go get a few more potions in the morning.
so I'm like figuring out what the math is for copying a first level spell down.
Let me help you with that. Because it's a little.
It's janky. I've never done it before.
The math for copying a first level spell is 2 hours and 50 gold per spell level.
Okay.
Unless it is necromancy specifically for you, Agathar, because you're a
Right.
necromancy wizard. At which point it's 25 gold per spell level
And, like,
and
that.
1 hour.
Let's see, 2 hours, 50 gold for
He because
copying spell into book.
50 gold, I think will be fine. I don't know if I'm gonna get to it tonight, but we'll see. Just in case if I do.
Yep. And I mean, if you ever decide to replace a book for future reference, or transferring spells from one spell book into another, it's 1 hour and 10 gold per level.
Ooh,
Nah,
that's
it's
still a long time.
I just opened up the DMG, or the
Basically, the book you can copy a
PHB.
spell from another book, for example.
anyway. We will
Yeah.
skip along through that.
Yeah.
So with
So you
that,
said, so Agathar needs 50, and Percy, you need any?
Well, I have
Or-
the 1,000. I suppose I should be using that.
Alright.
Though I gotta look at my spells here. I've got Arcane Eye, Alter Self, Contact Other Plane, Infernal Calling, Plane Shift, Vortex Warp, Thunderstep, Dimension Door, and Teleportation Circle are spells I can copy down, but most of which are too high a level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have the gold. Might as well put in this work for the spells.
but with that in mind, Percival, are you going to do or talk about anything to go anywhere in particular?
Thinks for a moment. Probably shouldn't be going out by myself at the moment. Unless I wish to get myself nabbed.
Yeah, agreed.
It might be a time to bunker down.
All right.
Even though I have quite a bit to do. How long would a 4th level spell take to copy down if it's divination?
Oh, if it's divination, then it's 4 hours, 100 gold.
Alright, I'll do that.
All right then.
I have Arcane Eye in my spellbook now.
Okay, that is what you're doing. Valen, are you doing anything in particular?
Other than just going to be using the 3 third level, using up spell slots before heading off for the night to just go back and forth with Mel, trying to get information on if anyone's in Viore, and
Okay, then.
names, locations. that.
You'll need to tap those out, and I will give you responses. But while you're
Yeah.
tapping those out, Soren, you have this samurai man by the name of Riven, who you have fought with, sitting across from you. If you would like to interact with him or just do your own thing.
He is single and ready to mingle.
Ha!
He's a dirty. He's gonna cheat though.
Hey, he only cheats in a fight.
I mean, the cheating can go into other aspects of his life. But Soren's just gonna be there like, so I never did ask you for your name. I know it now, but
I guess there's no need in me hiding it anymore. Give me just a second as I do a little namey wamey revealy wheelie. The name's Riven Karama.
Soren Wonderwind, in case you didn't know already.
Soren, roll me history.
History.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back, Francois. Do you like that one that I just got for my history roll?
Hey, it's not a nat one, so
So, what a dirty one you got there. So,
It is a
Uh,
31.
so the two of you shake hands, gives you a smile. Soren Wanderwind, eh?
Aye.
That's your name, or or is that something you picked?
Well, Soren's my birth name, but Wonderwind is one I chose for myself. I don't know what my surname is.
Fair enough. And mind telling me who trained you?
Of course, nice old lady up in the Copper Mountains, or at Dante or Copper's Rest, by the name of Master Misaki.
Huh. Master Misaki, eh?
Aye.
She got a last name?
Did she ever give Soren her last name, or was Misaki her last name?
No. She gave you a last name. Little history
I can't
check.
remember what it. Well, we're ready for another.
You have advantage this time.
Okay.
I believe.
It is your master. You lived with her for years.
I believe.
12? It's good enough.
And 3.
You would know that your master's name is Misaki Karama.
So he kind of goes, "Hey, it was Misaki," and then he stops and looks at him. He goes, "Kurama.
Huh.
Any
What,
relation?"
Well, kinda, supposing. My master's name was, Karama as well. Same
Was
family,
that a
it
name you
seems.
chose for yourself? Wait, was that a name you chose for yourself, or was that one that was given?
Wouldn't you like to know? And he seems to turn away from you on that one.
Just a point of interest. If you don't wish to answer, you don't have to.
I don't.
Fair enough. He takes a sip of his drink. So, what would make you want to join up with that crew?
Well, let's just say that, those, knights that, those, people under the king's authority, it killed someone of importance to me.
So you're after a little bit of vengeance.
In a way. How about yourself? Is, Miss Karama still alive?
I forget she is, right?
Yes.
Yes. Hey, she's still alive.
Hmm.
Living her best.
And, she's the one who gave you those swords, right?
Aye, she was.
Great teachers perform alike, don't they? He, taps his own weapon. A gift, same as yours.
Well, considering all I had when I was exiled from my tribe was a longbow, it was very much welcome gift. These two blades have served me well since then.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that, you got some use out of them, even if, you're just a little bit more shite than me with them. Gives you a cheeky grin.
Sora returns the grin and he says, "Oh, I have no compunction against using them. You just got to give me a reason to."
uh, I guess. So how you feel about throwing that honor away, eh? Didn't do you no favors in that fight.
Honestly, I wasn't fighting. I wasn't fighting for honor there. I thought I told you that already. That was a bettering of the self.
Maybe. Perhaps. As some of those rogue figures might say, who knows? I certainly don't.
You've met them too.
We've all met them.
They seem like nice people. I just wish they would be a little bit more forefront with their answers.
Perhaps. Personally speaking, I don't really give them the time of day. They leave me alone well enough. Unlike one of my compatriots, that little bastard can talk to him left, front, and center and almost run circles around him. But we're not.
There's actually a traveling caravan of travelers that has a shop with them. They had something I wanted to buy, but unfortunately, I didn't have the gold for it.
And what was
Who
it?
knows? Maybe it was a suit of armor that worked like scale mail, except it wasn't restrictive.
Huh. Well, oddly enough, I already have myself a pair of that.
I found something good too. So,
And with that, the two of you converse for a little while. And
we bond.
Agathar, buddy, as you're leaving the table to go upstairs, you get a small tap on your shoulder. Hey, Agathar, buddy, friend, pal, did you give the thing to him?
I look around.
I mean, you turn, you see Lana, just kind of like intercepting you.
Oh, yes, I did. He hasn't done it yet. Agatha looks annoyed.
Gosh,
He is
why?
afraid
Why
of-
does?
I
What's the hold
think he's-
up?
I think he's afraid of what he'll find. I don't know. We tried talking to him, but you know how he is.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
Look.
I barely managed to convince him just to take the thing.
All right. Well, at least you managed to convince him to take the thing. Okay. Thank you for that. At least now he has it.
Yeah, he's in possession, and I haven't seen him get rid of it, so I think he still has it.
All right. Good. Then I guess I'm just gonna wait for him to drink it and use that memory however he sees fit. Hopefully it
Yeah.
works for him.
Hopefully. As much as I would like to not remember my past, it's important nonetheless. And he kind of like glances back at Valen.
Important for some, I guess. I just want him to remember.
I understand. But, it's his decision, unfortunately. So I wish I could just, in the middle of the night, just shove it in his throat. But
I mean, hey, I'd help you.
yeah, well, I know. You'd be the first person I'd ask.
Yeah,
But
but that wouldn't really help him.
nah. And he because he took the gloves of thievery off, so he kind of like pats her with the back of his hand, which is like it's not like a gauntlet. His bottom of his hand is still free, like open, but it's got like the I guess the bracer, you can call it, has like a flap that goes over the top of his hand. So he kind of like pats her arm with that, and then
All
he
right.
just says, "Give it time." I'm learning a lot about the virtue of patience, and it's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's very hard.
But once it happens, then it pays off even more.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Again, Agathar, thanks again for, giving him that.
He gives a nod with a smile.
So I'll just kind of like pat him on the head. You're a good kobold. I was gonna say kid, but it felt weird.
I mean, I am 8, but that's just an adult for a kobold, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, I know. Fucking C tells me that all the time.
Oh,
Anyway, off to wherever you're going.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have a good night, and maybe see you later.
I mean, hey, I heard we're doing a job tomorrow, so I mean we will be seeing each other. She grins. You'll get to see me in action, and she kind of like does a couple of fist pumps in the air, like ha.
Yeah, Agathar. Hold on. I need to do something. How confident is he feeling about himself?
Oh,
He's like, yeah, and you get to see me in action as well. And I may attempt to look cute, but I'm quite vicious. Kind of lamely, just like
just
tries to give himself.
He goes roar XD.
Oh God. He tries to make himself look
Get
cool,
out.
and then it
Who do
doesn't
you?
work.
Here, hold on. I need to roll a thing for her.
Oh, no.
Okay. She
I was gonna
holds
say
it
something
in.
real confident like Emerald Eye.
She holds in
Okay,
her
fair enough.
she holds in her real reaction. And the reaction you get instead is you know what? I believe it. I genuinely believe that. Good for you. She grins.
Thanks.
Now,
Alright, I got some work to.
yeah, I've heard.
Gives her another
And-
pat, and then goes up to his room.
Alright. She will then wander off as well. Lastly, Valen, your messages to Master Mel, you have them written down. Valen, if you'd be so kind as to cite those messages for me.
Forgot I was muted. Whoop.
It happens.
So yeah. So the first message. Mel, we've received a few rumors of a priest who can contact divines in Viore. This wouldn't happen to be the clerical archmage, would it?
More than likely, if I had to assume. Although I haven't heard tell of the abjuration archmage being awoken yet.
Message number 2. Still in the works with abjuration. Taking longer than we thought. Any information that you can find for this clergy archmage would be helpful.
Well, any and all information I have about the Archmage of the Divine is reserved until the Abjuration Archmage is awoken. You understand, right?
Say that last part again, Shad?
Any information regarding the Archmage of the Divine is reserved until the Archmage of Abjuration is awake. You understand, right?
Valen will just sigh and just rub his temple some more, like, alright, that's fair. That's fair.
This time you get a sending spell. I gave your group a task. I expect the task to be finished before moving on to the next one. Is this understood, Valen?
Yes, I understand. Just heard some rumors, wanted confirmation, and what you said about this Archmage that we can come back to it if needed.
Yep, 25. She'll respond. Or she will send another message. She'll do sending again. Correct. But you are so close to completion. Whatever rumors you've heard, I've likely heard as well. So, please, trust in your dearest mentor.
Fair enough. Just looks like our path might take us down towards them, and more so down towards Viore. Just wanted confirmation that they might be in that area. At least, but understandable with reservations and all.
There is no further messaging.
Hi. Is anyone else still at the table?
Well, currently it's Soren, Riven, Percival, and Rensois, I believe.
Alright.
Mhm.
Hey, so, good news, bad news.
Of course.
Which one you want first?
Why not the good news?
Good news is, there's a good chance it might be.
And the bad?
Information for pertaining to any other of our targets are all reserved for whenever we complete our current task. Get
Of
one,
course.
choose our next one, no information on anyone else. That's the bad news.
I see.
Oh, sorry, I was deep in thought. What were we talking about?
Just had the conversation with Mel.
Did you?
Yeah.
And did
It
that
might-
go how you expected it would?
Yes and no?
Enlighten me.
Whatever rumors that we've heard, Mel has also heard that and more. And there's a good chance that it is who we think it might be in Viore.
Who do you think it is in Viore?
The Divine Archmage. Downside, we need to complete our current mission before we are able to choose the next one, because all information pertaining our next target pertains if and when we complete this one. I tried to get a little yes or no. It's Mel. I couldn't.
Hmm.
So, best I can surmise, it could be. But we need to get ch-ldr-n first. And Valen just puts his hands and starts rubbing his eyes. So that's where we're on that front.
So, really, what I'm hearing is we're not getting a whole lot done outside of our current two tasks. Until then, we have very little information.
Correct.
All right. Well, then I suppose it is time we turn in, rest up, and face tomorrow.
Yep. That's gonna be fun. Choose spells wisely. Yay.
All right then. So, what are you guys wanting to do? Are three of you just gonna go up to your rooms?
I suppose. Does
Okay,
anyone
then.
else have anything they want to do?
Soren, are you going to be staying downstairs until like roughly 10-ish with Ribbon discussing random bullshit?
Probably. He probably doesn't have enough time to. Oh, this is probably something he can do tomorrow after the raid. So he was going to do. He had one more thing he wanted to do.
What's up? What do you want to do?
He's kind of remembering now that he put in a request to the police chief, I think specifically, to basically send a message to the two people he believes are his parents. He's basically waiting to get it. He's basically wanting to see if there's been a response.
Ah, fair enough. Well, I mean, she's probably very busy right now, all things considered, with a raid coming in tomorrow.
Yeah.
And also, it's been like 2 days. 3.
I mean, this is probably the closest he's gotten to actually finding them, like having a message magically sent. So he's kind of eager.
Yeah, fair enough. All right then. With that in mind, Percival, you stand up and begin to go to your room. Soren, you probably stay down.
There was a thing I was gonna just kind of sneakily do before everyone went to sleep when I was sure that was gonna be the end of the day.
All right. What are you gonna do?
When the Valen, Renslaw, Agathar have adjourned, I assume Soren is just kind of like
He's staying downstairs.
I don't suspect he will even notice. As Percy goes up to the bar when no one else is really around that she knows.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of like hops onto a stool and leans over to the tender. What is it? Is it
Regina?
Is it Regina? Yeah. I kind of wave them over.
She comes over. Yeah. What's up?
Would you be adverse to me inclining on how you mix a particular drink?
Which drink in particular?
She looks over her shoulder and sees Soren is just chatting away with the samurai fellow as she kind of, and then looks around to see if anyone else is there before she looks back to Regina and says, that carrot one.
The carrot cocktail?
I think so.
Hmm.
It's the one the druidess in my group orders often enough.
Ah, yes. Well, I mean, that's just like a basic recipe. I can share that with you, no problem. Unless you're wanting to use magical liquors, in which case, I'm gonna need to charge you a bit for that in particular, but the basic variant I can...
What do they order?
Well, as far as I know, they've only ordered, as far as I can recall at the very least, she kind of like taps her chin. Of the, I want to say, 254 iterations of the drink that she has ordered, all of them have been exactly the same as per her request.
Right, so show me that one.
Alright then. I can do that easily enough. She will pull out a couple different beverages and a carrot stick, and she'll say, "Now, do bear in mind that this will require you to have a carrot mulcher of some description. Well, I mean, Francois, that's over the course of like 2 years' time."
I mean, fair.
Like, I imagine
Still
it's more
a lot of drinks over 2 years, though.
I mean-
Francois is an alcoholic, and I'm gonna facilitate it.
I mean, look, if you think about it, there's 365 days in a year. That's not even a year's worth of drinks on a day. So I mean, it's roughly about even. It is a drink you indulge in every few days or so, whenever you're either really stressed or you just want to have a drink.
Or 4 times in a single day. Like a few sessions ago.
Yes. Anyway, but no, she puts out the basic mixtures and she holds up the carrot and she says, "Now, keep in mind this recipe will require you to have a carrot crusher or a carrot mulcher of some description, because I don't substitute carrot juice. I use real carrot juice. You know, adds a bit of extra freshness to it."
How expensive is the carrot crusher?
Well, the carrot crusher that I got on a discount, but it was roughly, I want to say, 5 gold. It's rather inexpensive for bartending, and
Right.
it's actually usable for crushing any kind of fruit. So you can use it to make all kinds of crushed fruit, fresh squeezed juices like vegetable juices, apple juice, orange juice, and you can actually use those to mix
She
into
just
mixture.
looks like she's starting to drift off as she starts describing all this stuff. Uh-huh.
You asked a bartender about their job. They're going to talk about it.
No, I just want to know how to make that one drink.
Ah, yes, of course. Sorry. So you take the carrot, you put it in the carrot crusher. She sits up a metal device that has.
And I don't think we have to go over the whole thing. It's just like they're like we fade to black. She teaches her how to do
Alright
the
then.
thing. Either I make a roll or it's like
Yeah. Roll me an alchemy tools check.
Oh yes, I am good at this.
Yeah, no, you know how to make it. You actually you know how to make it easily enough. And you can consider yourself one step closer towards learning the brewer's supplies tool proficiency.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
You could just hear the pain in Percy's voice of bartending.
In the meantime, Francois, you make your way into your room. You shut the door, and you sit down in your bed, and you hear a rap tap tap on the glass to the window.
Can I
She'll
say,
just
can I say one thing to,
Yes.
to set a cast in this moment? If allowed, Smudge has just been kind of hanging out, rubbing on Rensoir's leg this whole time and just kind of, keeping an eye on them.
I will say no.
Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
You gotta break Rensoir one way or another.
And Francois, there's a little rap tap tap on your door, on your window, on your window
Yeah, and
specifically.
her head will kind of snap towards the window.
And from outside the window, you hear you don't really, it's not from outside the window. You hear a whisper in your ear. Hey, cutie. You want to open your window up for me real quick?
Remember your training. No, say no.
Stranger danger.
She, like, can I see her through the window?
No, you
Like
can't.
while
No.
Percival's sitting there
No.
listening to Regina give her the recipe, like her head her back just suddenly goes ramrod straight. Her head just goes like it just like peaks up and her eyes go wide.
Hussy.
Something's happening right now that I don't like.
So
it's a little bit of like definitely recognizes the voice, and it's like the ears up and the nose twitch, and she kind of goes over to the window and kind of like unlatches it and kind of like looks through and around.
all right, you look through and around, and as you unlatch it, the door, the window kind of like opens up on its own, and a hand, and you see from below you, floating upwards on a magic carpet, is Neatal.
Are you really gonna get Aladdin? Is this happening right now?
Is she gonna show me the world?
She gives you a wink, and she's like, "Hey, cutie, how you doing?"
I a bit confused more than anything.
Well,
You
why are you
do know
confused?
doors exist, right?
Yeah, but doors are for loot. But doors are lame. Why be lame when I could be, awesome? So,
This feels like the sort of excuse that Soren would use.
I mean, maybe. Who knows? I don't. However, what I do know is it's time for our date. You wanna... And she taps the carpet with her foot, just like, pat, pat. Get on?
She kind of like leans over the window. So I don't do particularly well with heights. Also, the last magic flying item that our group had flew away.
Hey,
Percival was still upset over that one.
hold on now. Me and Carpet here have been together for a long time. Isn't that right, Carpet? She looks down. You see the little tassels just kind of like, shrug, just like shrug, a little shrug pattern. Just a yeah, maybe. Yeah, I picked this up from some travelers. They were nice people. Weird questions all the time, but you know what?
Francois's eye absolutely twitches.
But you know what? I will say, though, I did have this plan to be a little bit romantic. Just, look. She holds out a hand, and she gets down, she leans down, she holds out a hand. And she locks eyes with you. Do you trust me?
She'll looks at the carpet, looks back. Just if you can keep it
I'll
to
go
rooftop height or lower.
I'll go slow, and I'll keep it low. All right, honey bun?
Right, sure. Yeah, that. And she'll kind of just ease herself out through the window.
She will take your hand and very easily just kind of like pull you up and onto the carpet, and she will sit you down in the middle of it, kind of like pat your shoulders a couple times, like just pat pat, making sure you're all safe and secure. She will then sit down behind you with her legs kind of like on either side of you, and she'll rest on the top of your head with her arms. Sim Sim Salabim, take us on forward. And with that, the carpet begins to move fast, and she's like, gently, gently, I said. And the carpet goes, and the carpet is that was about to go from 0 to 100, goes from 0 to 5, and just starts going, just starts pitter pattering along.
Yeah, it's like Renswaw is just like ramrod straight with her behind her, just like don't move.
Hey, so, I was thinking about you last night. Well, kind of in the middle of the day, really. It's about when I woke up after my night shift. Watching over you. She winks. You can't see her wink. And, it got me thinking. Like, see, I don't really know you that well, and I wanted to, get to know you just a little bit. And I was thinking maybe we could do a bit of, quid pro quo. You ask a thing, I ask a thing. I get to know what your heart's desire is, because you already know what mine is.
I suppose that would be nice, yes.
Alright then. So, since I seem to be asking all the questions for right now, why don't I give you the first shot, so to speak? And she leans down and she whispers in your ear, What's the premier secret you want to hear from your good old sweet Neatal, honey bun?
Sure. um, ahem, uh, how did you, how did you get involved with your little group?
Well, it's...
You,
Hmm?
I mean, you seem to go the, well, I mean, just from first impressions, you seem more the loner type. Or the go it your own way.
I go my own way every now and then, but seeing as how Eloise said she was going to give you the talk earlier today, question, do you know about our little plans in the future?
We were enlisted to help, yes.
Alright then, well, seeing as how you know a little bit about what we're doing, well, gosh, it's a bit tough to say, but used to be, I was very poor. My family didn't much care about me. We lived in Vuori, and it was just such a poor country. You had to give things the 5-finger discount, otherwise it would take your whole paycheck just to get a piece of bread. That and, Mom and Dad never really cared much for me, but, you win some, you lose some. I guess they couldn't handle my, charming personality, could they, honey bun? She gives you another wink.
For once, Renswalk, it's like for the first time since Renswalk kind of just turns and looks. She's like, "They threw you out on your ass, didn't they?"
No, I left. That was 10 years ago. And I left because, well, they didn't care about me. Never knew why. They just didn't care. Every time I would try and do something nice for them. Oh, Mother couldn't even look at me. And Dad, oof, man. Ooh, Dad was a real character, too. Sorry, listen to me going on ramble and ramble and ramble.
Not particularly that I would know what that's like. I mean,
Oh, well, tell me about your family. You know, you got a mom or a dad?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. Well, I mean, tell me about it.
Well, I don't particularly know. I, my master and mentor, uh, Master Mal, found me in the woods when I was, uh, gosh, 4, 5 years old, perhaps. Don't really remember how I got there, why I was there, or my earliest memories are, of Master Mal raising me.
Hmm. Well, she sounds nice at least.
uh, she is unique.
Unique.
She's nicer than a lot of people give her credit for. She's she has layers, I suppose, and some of those deeper layers tend to be pretty well guarded.
Going by your
You have to pretty much need to live life with her to see some of those sides to her.
I suppose. Going by your reaction, she's probably layered like an onion.
She's not an ogre.
It's all ogre now. Still. And she kind of like looks around. You guys are currently... You're staying at roof level, but you've been flying for roughly 5 minutes, and Neatal kind of like looks around. She's like, hey, Sim Salabim, pick up the pace, but like only a little bit. Just a little bit. And you get like a little tassel, just like a little salute, and you go from 5 to 10 miles an hour. Just speeding along a little bit further. And as it speeds up, she kind of like hugs you from behind and kind of like
Nope,
puts
back
her...
to Ramrod straight.
she hugs you from behind and just like, caresses a finger along your lower chin. And she's like, hope things aren't going too fast for you. Don't want it to be scary.
No, it's this, we're not too high. It's not too fast. It's
She grins. Now, please, continue by all means. Ask your next question. And she'll kind of like begin just like pinching your neck, just like a little bit, just like tiny little pinches, like massaging, so to speak.
Gosh,
While her other hand just kind of like runs through your hair, just like phew, phew, phew.
well, I mean, I suppose we talked of where exactly I learned my craft. Were you taught or just self-taught after you left home?
I read some of the old books the old man had in his room, and I self-taught the rest of it. I'm what some might call a ninja. Very dark and mysterious, eh? My gosh, you're just so tense. and she'll like slide a hand like under the chin to the other shoulder, or the hand from the top of your head to the other shoulder, and I'm gonna make a check for her.
To see how good the massage is.
Yes. That is a 28 on the sleight of hand to give you a proper massage.
Oh, that feels good, actually.
I'll bet.
Well, I suppose you have the whole stealth thing down of a ninja. You do seem a bit chatty for one.
Ah. Well, I mean, at least I'm not running around in an orange jumpsuit or something like that, if you can believe that.
Wouldn't that defeat the entire purpose of being a ninja?
Yeah, you would think. You would think. Uh. So, yeah. I guess I am a bit awfully chatty, but at the same time, like, why shouldn't I be chatty? Talking to a cute girl on a cute little carpet ride, going above this beautiful city on a starlit night. It's very romantic, isn't it?
Ignoring the possible chance of falling and snapping your neck, sure.
Gosh, is that why you're so tense? You don't like flying? I've always found it to be liberating, almost. Just
Perhaps. Yes, well, I suppose that when your first experience with quote unquote flight is someone shoving you out of a gondola as they slap a featherfall spell onto you, it becomes a little more traumatizing than no.
that sounds fun, but I can understand why it's not some people's boat.
And then the last gondola was attacked by spiders.
Ah, I understand that. Spiders are kind of an issue here, aren't they?
Yes, but the gondola's that high up in the air, you would think that, like, they would have had to have started from one end or the other to even get out to the middle like that. You'd think someone would have seen and stopped them long before they made it that far.
Yeah, you would think. Like, geez, what's this country doing? Just, like, letting spiders crawl on the gondola and stuff? Ugh. Sounds like very poorly placed encounter management.
We need a
well, we got paid. That's it's what matters to Percival, at least.
Yeah, seems like that's really all that matters to her, isn't it?
Percival reminds me of Master Melon ways, particularly with the whole layering things.
Oh. Oh, she's certainly an onion, I'll tell you that much. Each layer
She's certainly good at making people cry.
Oh, for sure. You know, I heard recently that a green-skinned woman yelled at a shopkeeper until she wanted to quit her business and give up entirely.
Renslaw kind of like sheepishly like rubs at an ear. Yeah, that was in her defense, the shopkeeper got rather handsy.
Handsy, eh? You wouldn't happen to know their name, would you?
I'll be honest, I did not catch the name.
General description?
Uh, insert description that player
Gnollish
does not
woman.
remember from like fucking 3 months ago.
Just gotta think to yourself, is this weird, like, woman who's trying to woo you gonna kill somebody on a whim?
Possibly. Who knows? I don't.
Soy Fang 2.0 now.
Hey,
We don't need
it's
to bring her in.
It-
Is this rogue a neckbeard? Are they gonna start calling you milady?
it's not important.
Fair enough.
Percival more than took care of them. I don't think they'll. It wasn't anything malicious, mind you. More just they were very
Excited.
yeah. They pretty much it was more of a like living mannequin type situation.
Huh. Alright then. Fair enough. Her hands withdraw from your shoulders. You hear the scratching of quill upon paper.
But she writes in her death note.
And around this point in time, as the carpet finishes floating over to the nearby roof, this nearby roof that's flat, which is an oddity in Vitrium at the very least, because most of the roofs are slanted to help draw the rain from the top to the gutters, and then from the gutters down forwards. This roof is flat on top, with various drainage bits, and it looks as if it has a very gentle slope to it. It's kind of like the top of one of the larger buildings in the center of the city itself, but the carpet kind of like floats up and over the edge and hovers about an inch off the ground as Neotal stands, and she hops off. And she offers you a hand. Come on down.
I'm not going to turn down solid ground. She'll probably a bit too hurriedly, like a reach out to take the hand.
Yeah, she'll take your hand and just very gently lower you down onto the roof. And then you see her.
Okay. Kind of dusts herself off a bit.
You see her reach into a bag on her hip and pull out a picnic basket. Well, time to get some dinner, right? She gives you a wink. And around this point in time, we will cut away from this. Percival, you've been making drinks for a little while now. You have a pretty good handle on a carrot cocktail and what it's comprised of, and how exactly it is done.
To never taste this wretched thing ever again.
It's not that
It's
bad.
very, it's. I don't know what she sees in it.
I mean, hey, look, you have your coffee, and she has her carrot cocktails. It's her favorite drink.
The coffee is like open and right next to her is like, no, it's fair. She just takes another like chug.
Do not get mad at me.
That many carrots in one drink.
It's just the one. Jeez.
A whole carrot.
Yes,
It's
a whole
it's one
carrot.
too many.
My
It's one
isolated
carrot
bread
too
was-
many.
My gosh, you're just like my brother, unable to eat vegetables and stuff.
I am not incapable of eating vegetables. Just
this one.
we've made like 14 of these.
Yes, and the first 4 were not very good. The next 5 were passable. The final 5 were to standard. Not the best, but to standard.
Yes. She like rubs her eye. Her cheeks are kind of like a slight darker green.
If
Same
you
with
would
her
like-
nose.
If you'd like, Percival, you can
she's
roll
been
me.
drinking the cocktails.
If you would like, Percival, you can roll me a general intelligence check and add your proficiency bonus, because I'm not sure what this would be. To see what you would know about a carrot cocktail in general. Based on, what she has taught you up to this point.
I believe Percy is drunk at this moment, so she'll have disadvantage.
By all means, go ahead.
7.
Oh,
Yep.
with a 7, you can, just going by the potency of the liquor, you had the recipe down after the first 4, and it was putting it up to her standards that made it get even stronger, and it's probably what put you in the drunken state you are in right now.
Well, the good part is the alcohol stopped having a flavor after drink number 5.
That's not good. The alcohol is not supposed to have a flavor in a carrot cocktail. This means that we'll probably have to make another 4 or 5.
Why do you wish my death?
I don't wish your death, hun. Look, I'm just trying my best to get you to get the perfect carrot cocktail. And I accept no substitutes from my apprentices.
Okay.
But don't worry, you won't have to do it tonight. You can do it tomorrow once you've slept off. Actually, you know what? Here. Silly me. I keep forgetting I can do this. And she just taps you on the forehead. Lesser restoration.
She kind of like blinks a few times as the drunkenness wears off and the flavor of carrots rejoins her mouth as she just smacks her lips.
She gives you a glass of water.
She pushes it back away and just continues drinking from her coffee. I need flavor to counteract flavor.
Fair enough. On the bright side, though, this means we can continue our lessons tonight. She seems visibly excited.
Grimaces.
Her tail's wagging back and forth.
Whatever it takes, just... Let's keep going.
All right. I'm gonna offer you
How
a
long
little...
have we been at? How long have we been at this?
A couple hours.
Has Soren seen anything? Has Soren like figured out that I'm still down here? I'm clearly trying to learn how to make something.
I mean, Soren would probably notice that Percival's still there.
Okay. Oh, I'm just wondering. She
Probably
does
can't-
look. She does look from time to time back at what you're doing to make sure you're not like looking her way or trying to mosey in her direction to sneak up on her.
He's probably seen you trying to mix drinks over there. He's like, what is she doing over there?
Nothing. Go away.
Riven kind of like looks over his shoulder. Looks like she's mixing drinks. And apparently not to that bar lady standards.
I mean, it's not entirely apart from what she normally does, but she normally does it with potions and stuff, not with alcoholic drinks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between the two of them. Like alcohol and the mixtures you put with it act entirely differently from alchemical reagents and whatnot. Trust me, Eloise is not a very good brewer. I'll tell you that. Unless it's tea. He shudders a bit.
I wonder how good a Percival is. I wouldn't mind trying out one of her concoctions.
I mean, hey, you want to go over there and chat her up? I'll follow you. It seems like fun.
Let's see.
Come on, Soren. Have half a brain.
He's almost about to get up, and then he stops, and he's like, something tells me she wants to be on her own.
Fair enough. Your loss. I'm over here just enjoying myself.
My loss? What? Why is that my loss?
I
She
don't
gets
know.
irritable from time to time. If I leave her alone and don't get her angry, that's a good thing.
I mean, maybe. Really depends. You sure you don't want to...
I'll just let her be.
Alright, fair enough. I
Just
understand.
sorry to, what was he about to say? Sorry.
He just said fair enough. I understand. I get it.
Well,
You're
no.
giving him
Like,
privacy.
what was he? What was
No,
he?
no.
What was he about to say before
You-
that? I think I interrupted.
Nah, you did, but he took the interruption, just rolled it into whatever he was gonna say. He chose to not push the issue. So, first of all, as Regina lays a hand on your shoulder and offers you some guidance, roll me an alchemy supplies check. You can add a 1d4 to this roll. You don't have disadvantage anymore,
I don't
so
have-
it's a
I
It's-
don't. So 20, 23,
23.
24. Does it reach her unreachable standards?
It's one off.
She.
What?
as she examines these next few carrot cocktails, she's like, a marked improvement, but sadly not perfection. Not yet. You're getting
Percival's
close.
just at the other side of the counter, like leering back at her, like, okay. clearly having figured out this woman is like, yes, the you haven't pinched the lemon quite the right way, and there's not enough of it. And it's the same as the last 10. You picky bitch.
She holds up a finger and she says, No. You don't understand. There's a difference between this and the real thing. Here, allow me to show you. And she will mix up a carrot cocktail. Holy shit!
She crits.
Yeah, that's a crit. You see her with practiced ease shake out and put out a single carrot cocktail. And this one is perfectly orange. It's perfectly portioned. Like, you're looking at this with the eye of an alchemist, and you're like, that is true perfection. You look at the rest of yours, and by comparison, you can see the imperfections. One of them has the
I
color
look at my
ever so
stuff.
slightly
I look
off.
at her stuff that she just like whipped up, and I look up at her like, I hate you.
She gives you a grin, and she's like, hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. It's just experience. You're getting there. You're getting there with, however much you're doing, you're getting there. And it's a good thing. But you can see the clear difference. You see, and she'll roll down the 5. This one's color is slightly off. This one has a bit more pulp. This one has a bit more alcohol in it and you can tell that it has a bit more alcohol in it because of the way that there's this clear film on the very top of it. It's almost imperceptible, but to the trained eye, if you look right at this angle, you can see it shine right there against the light. This one here is close, very close, almost there, except, and she will kind of like snap her fingers.
You left a
and
fingerprint on the glass.
she will snap her fingers and she will mage hand out a tiny piece of stem that came from the carrot. You gotta watch out for these stem pieces. And this final one, well, the color's off again.
She's
But
just
still.
kind of like looking at her. Her fist is like, her palm is on her cheek, and she's kind of like, her face is drooped against it. It's like, uh-huh.
Here, why don't you try mine?
Fine.
Alright.
She takes it. She downs it.
Alright. You down it. And
She makes the same kind of like grimacy face.
you can make the grimacy face. The carrot cocktail itself, imagine, if you will, a sweet carrot cake with a bit of spice to it. There's like a little hint of cinnamon.
But it's a liquid.
Yes, but a liquid. That is what it tastes like. It's smooth. It goes down, and You don't know what this woman did, but you can swear that this is non-alcoholic.
She grimaces. More so that she has to match this. It's like, continue lesson. She
Thank
presses
you.
herself against the counter and watches. You don't need those. Just continue teaching while I still have.
Why, you still have
Time
brain
before I-
cells?
You
Dude.
would be hard pressed to kill them all with some simple alcohol.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Roll me one more alchemy supplies check, you will have guidance.
Hooray!
And I will even give you advantage because of the literal... There you go. Roll that d4.
30. Eat my ass.
Alright. As you finish your next batch of 5, she looks at them. She examines them. You see her push one away, then another one away.
She's
Then
kind of like slowly snarling a little more with each one she like hucks.
And as she gets to the third one, she moves on from it to the next one. And then the next one. And you see her smile. And she turns to you and she just starts clapping.
Are we done? I did it.
Congratulations!
This one is good.
Yes, but now we have to account for flavor and taste. And she will take the first one, drink it, swirl it around her mouth a bit, just like smack her lips. This is perfection.
Thank God.
Percival Hemora Hemlock, consider yourself a master of the Bar with No Name's basic carrot cocktail.
she went from looking like relieved to be finished to looking almost incredulous at this. It's like, oh good, I've gotten the bass instruments down, and now I can
Now keep
you make
in
it
mind,
sound like I've done almost nothing.
No. It is quite an accomplishment because my family's bar is, well, it is a stage above every other bar's by sheer demand. We cater to adventurers, and adventurers, well, they tend to kind of want to forget things. So we make the alcohol as good as we can, as strong as we can, and so on and so forth. It is a tradition.
A glass of kerosene would do the same job and better.
Yes, but at the same time, it wouldn't go down, like, very well at all. And we do
I've
nothing
seen plenty
less.
of adventurers, and most of them will suck down any liquid you put in front of them.
Yes, but we at the Bar with No Name franchise aspire to something greater, you know? Think of it. Why do you think Francois always comes here and she taps her counter for her carrot cocktail?
Because this is where we come to drink.
She could have drank
Because
other
it is
places.
convenient.
I mean,
Wait, where? Name
I mean-
another bar right now.
sure. There's the Druid's Grove about 2 blocks over. There is the Hydra's Head about 4 blocks over, and she'll point in another direction. And there is also the Human's Hand, or Human's Helping, or I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's ran by a human. And that bar is over in that direction.
And how many of these bars have a portal to the others?
Well, none of them. But, adventurers always come to our bar, as well as other patrons. We have had visitors from Tarandria, from just Deepwood, from Morningwood, from Hardwood and Lake Post. We have a lot of people come here specifically for, like, catered events and other, places. Like, it's just the bar. It is the Bar with No Name. There is no substitute.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And also, keep
thank
in
you
mind,
for...
Percival, it is an accomplishment that you can make a basic carrot cocktail. The reason I even say it's a basic one is because it includes no magical liquors or additives. Hence why it is basic. It is a virgin drink.
Virgin,
Well,
that would insinuate
not
there's no
technically.
alcohol in it.
She says, well, not technically virgin, but it is a basic drink.
Magic virgin.
Right. So, thank you for teaching me this.
Hey, anytime. Look, and hey, if you want to learn any recipes, I gotcha. I'm kind of an okay teacher. She gives you a wink.
Yes, stunning.
Anyway, thank you again for having the lesson and for making my day a bit more interesting.
Right.
Here.
She hops down.
And she says, before you go, she takes the last 2 carrot cocktails and she pulls them over, and she pulls out a small vial, 2 small vials, and sets them down. And then she takes the drinks and very carefully pours them into the vials, and she clicks them shut, and wherever she does, the vials light up a bit, and you can see a couple arcane runes tracing along them. If you'd like to, you may roll me Arcana.
Okay.
Gave you to-go cups.
Kinda.
These are they have a mixture of abjuration and conjuration magic written on them. And as she pushes them forward, your mind mentally clicks together what the runes are for, as she states what the runes are for. Preservation runes, and once the contents are drained out of them, they snap back to me.
She has like deadpan stares at her.
Hey,
Well, that's nice.
well, I mean, why waste perfection, am I right?
I mean, people like to buy to-go cups.
Yeah, that is fair. And, well, consider these, free to-go cups on your journey to being a world-class brewer. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. Maybe?
Maybe being able to mix a couple of drinks would be bad. I don't know if I intend to be a brewer.
I mean, hey, can't hurt. And hey, it could help you make your potions more palatable.
She look almost like her hair kind of raises up. There's nothing wrong with the flavor of my potion.
There's nothing wrong with it, but there could be a lot of improvement to it.
Oh, so you're telling me that I'm incapable of making my potions palatable?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that...
And what are you saying?
I'm saying that booze and potions mix well together. Especially if you know how to make them both. I mean, shit. And she'll pull out from behind the bar a wine bottle, and she'll kind of like toss it in the air, and you'll see this bottle just float upwards, just spin, 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 like it's anti-gravity. And she's like, "Eh?
Good night, Regina."
Good night, Percival. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Grumbles. Yes, probably.
By the time you make your
here.
are you sleeping in the bar with your neighbor, or are you sleeping in your caravan? Oh yeah, your caravan's for repairs.
So she goes upstairs, locates Rensoir's room, and sort of knocks on the door.
There is no answer.
She knocks again, but a little louder. Rensoir.
I'm drunk.
No. I had that cured. I press my ear up to it and listen.
Roll me a perception. 19. You don't hear anything. It's through a wooden door, but you don't really hear anything. There's no movement or stirring at the very least. Maybe she's asleep. Maybe she's a very deep sleeper.
She's not.
Is Rensoir a deep sleeper? Question mark.
No.
Okay, fair.
I know more about the characters than you, Shad. She kind of steps back a few steps and whistles as the shadow on her hat takes form and Smudge kind of like crawls around the edge. She lifts a hand up as the raven kind of like pops onto her wrist. Window. When she throws the bird as they turn into a glob and then flutter out of the bar
All right.
and up to the window.
It flutters around, and it goes to the window. Window is closed. Kind of
Did
like,
they really have the time to close the window also?
I mean, they can. They did. Why would they leave a window open?
Because they were on a journey. Man,
Yeah.
I ain't got no time for shit like that.
They can open the window again.
Okay. Well, what can I see through the window?
Roll me another perception check with your burb eyes.
My burb eyes?
Yeah, with your burb eyes.
Do I have Raven stats? I do not. I'm just gonna assume it's a D20 plus 2.
Yeah, it usually is a d20 plus 1 or 2. Alright then.
17.
17. You look inside, and you see that the covers on the bed are slightly disturbed from where Renswa did sit down. But she is not in the room.
But the room doesn't look turned over.
No, it doesn't. The room doesn't look turned over or disturbed, it just looks like she's just not there.
Thinks for a moment.
Do,
Little hussy bitch. Starts like storming. She starts like rolling out of the bar. She sees Soren on the way out and gives him a sort of like side eye before she's gone.
Oh no!
Alright then. So, in the meantime, Agathar, what are you doing here?
I'm working on my spell.
Working on your spell. Alright, roll me an Arcana.
And right off,
Roll me an Arcana to work on your spell.
and right off the bat, he's gonna send a couple of messages out. But we'll start with Arcana. Arcana. Oh, 26. I thought I was gonna
Ooh.
land on that 4. I was gonna throw it.
Alright then.
that would've been funny.
I will say with that, roll me a 1d6.
Okay. 6.
If you spend 6 hours on your spell tonight, you can complete it.
Fuck. Bet. Oh fuck! Is that gonna give me exhaustion?
No, it won't. Like, it was around, like, 6 o'clock when you went up to your room. So,
Right.
6 hours later is, like, midnight. You'll be fine.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, bet he's gonna work on it. The first sending spell he's going to send out as he's kind of like working, multitasking. And he's a messy worker. Like there's papers all over the ground, but it's like organized chaos. And so he uses whatever space that's available to him as like a workspace. So this entire floor is just like etched in chalk, burning incense, papers scattering around, and he's like a little like
Just a little
crawling on
gremlin.
all fours, like with like a little pen in his mouth.
Where to hide the notes? Where to hide notes?
Where's this one? Wait, hold on. That's where the pelvis went. Ah! He's just and the first sending spell he's going to send out is to Veronica.
All right then. What do you say?
And
Can't be found. She's dead.
And the message will say, "Things have gone bad. Things have gone from bad to worse in Deepwood. Glad you got out when you did. Wish us luck, please. Things will get ugly tomorrow."
The response you get back is, "I wish you all the best, Agathar. Thank you for introducing me to Master Mel. She has taught me so much. And my dad's
Veronica is
alive."
dead.
That sound like her?
No.
Roll me a history check.
I don't know if I need history to remember, but we'll...
No, this is for something else.
19.
19? She sounds traumatized.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. All right, sweet.
Like-
All right, she's fine.
Like, oh, so usual mouth shit.
She sounds traumatized. Oh, okay, sweet.
Oh no, she's fine.
Like,
She
oh,
sounds,
yeah, she sounds traumatized. Oh, sweet. Okay, cool.
She sounds horribly traumatized.
All right, that
She
sounds
thought
alright.
she thought it'd be nice and easy. Oh yeah,
Look.
Agathar's all happy and all that. No.
He warned her. He gave fair warning. I think Agathar gives a little snicker.
That's gonna be an interesting conversation whenever he does email again.
That's be great.
All these squares make a circle.
All these squares make a circle.
Anyway, your next message.
And he's going to just give a quick shoot message to Soy Fang with his connection, and just he's gonna say, if you feel like you're getting stabbed tomorrow, that's probably me. I will do my best to not.
I'm
get
sorry,
stabbed.
what?
That's
From behind you.
He literally jumps like a cat and then just clings to the ceiling.
You got hops, kid. So you jump up, hit the ceiling, grab on, and you turn, and there she is.
Wait,
like she's
when
been
did
there the
you-
whole time.
And she has nowhere else to stay, so.
When?
When did you?
I've been here the whole
Hi.
time.
Really?
Yeah.
Doug, what the heck? And he like looks at Doug, who's just sitting on the bed.
Oh, Doug is currently on his back. He looks like he was getting scritches.
Okay.
Yeah, traitor.
Yeah, you little traitor.
Like,
I
wait, is he
am-
purring?
I am
Do
no
moles
tr-
purr?
Hold on. I am no traitor, Agathar. She gave me a proper offering of belly scritches.
I'm gonna ask if hers are better later, but that's not important right now. He looks at her again. Hi.
Hi.
So the
So you're getting stabbed
raid is
tomorrow.
most likely,
Uh-huh.
but hopefully the spell, and he kind of like his tail kind of motions to the mess, will help prevent that. At least the sensation of being stabbed, because it's gonna be all artificial life force. So I don't think that counts.
She pads over to it and looks down. Yes, I know this one. Basic armor enchantment. Ripping away the necromantic energy that you use to create your undead, correct?
And he kind of like swings down. He's not leaving the ceiling yet, but now he's just standing on the ceiling with his claws dug into the ceiling. Wait, this has already been made?
Yes. You forget. I'm from Suba. Suba was a necrocracy.
Right, dang it. Well, I guess I'm just doing it the hard way, as I tend to do.
Well, I mean, it's fine. It's not as if I couldn't. It's not as if I could replicate it.
Fair.
I only know
But,
of it.
Yeah, but it seems to be bringing some of that back to life, I guess.
I mean, it's fine. Bit rugged, but it's yours.
Mm-hmm.
That's what matters.
Oh, yeah. I would imagine Belle's gonna give me quite the boost.
Just a little bit. Just a very minor boost. She kind of like step back and she's like, "You gonna come down?" Normally speaking, I'm the
Yeah.
one hanging on the rafters.
Fair. I thought I might as well take a swing at it, and then he like lets go of the ceiling and then just kind of flips
Drifts
it and
down.
lands. Yeah.
Good landing. Those roguish talents are really working out for you.
Yeah, I am I'm making great use of them, because I honestly don't know why I went into this stuff earlier, but you know what? I'm glad I'm crossing this bridge now.
You know, Agathar.
Yeah?
It's very dumb people to get stabbed. And you're not an idiot. So don't be one.
Gotcha. He gives a nod and a smile. Right, yeah, of course.
She'll poke him.
But,
she'll poke him in his chest and kind of like push him back like an inch or so, just like, don't make me come in there, and
Yeah.
don't make me come in there and grab you, okay?
Yes, ma'am. No, I'll be good. It's just
Because if I have to
just
grab
kinda
you,
like-
you're not going back.
I understand this completely. And he gives a nod. I honestly, probably a good idea. I'll probably chill in the back with Percival, keep her safe. If anyone starts bugging her, then I'll go after him, but
All right, good. Also, it's a good thing you go by Agathar.
he rubs the back of his head. You know, huh?
You told me. Well,
I did.
technically speaking, you told your friends,
Right.
but you know,
Sometimes I forget.
she taps her chest, taps yours. The connection.
Mhm. Right. Sometimes I forget about that part because I was gonna. Well, there goes a conversation. You just gotta. Kind of
She just
walks back
blinks at
to
you.
like kind of the mess.
She just blinks at you. One long blink,
Yeah.
as if to say, "I never forget about it."
he he gives a nervous laugh. And yeah, I prefer Agathar anyway.
Hmm.
Think
All
it's,
right.
But I do wonder, and he kind of like starts mindlessly working again. Though I do have to wonder if my parents knew about the history of Suba. Because I don't know if that name could just, I don't know, be a coincidence.
Fat chance they did. Suba was dead long before Vitrium ever came to being. Or long before Vitrium ever came into being.
Right, but maybe there are books in existence that talk about its history.
No, there aren't. Trust me, I've looked. There aren't any in Deepwood's libraries, even the restricted sections that have anything to do with old Suba. Simply this place called the Association. Islands that are supposedly in the sky that I've never heard of. And so on and so forth. Other than that, not much. Just Vitrium history.
He shrugs. Well, I guess maybe it's just a coincidence. Thank goodness.
Maybe. I'm not quite sure, though.
Yeah, well, I bet there's really one way to find out, and that is not gonna happen anytime soon.
And why do you say that?
Well, I would probably have to go home. Or what's left of it.
Maybe. Maybe. Can't really say for sure.
Yeah. No, I was gonna ask about that king in what was the place? What was the country called?
Viori.
Again? Yori? How do you spell that?
V-U-O-R. Valen, I got it. V-U-O-R-I.
V-U-R. Okay.
V-U-O-R-I.
O-R-I. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Viori.
I.
It's a very strange name. And I have a hard time with words.
No, shit. I spelled it and I misspelled it.
Oh no! Oh god! Quick!
There we go. No! Alright. Continue, please.
Yeah. It's like I don't imagine you know anything about Viori.
Nope.
Actually, their king.
Nothing about it.
I just know that that's the country where those paladins came from. And he continues to
Really?
work.
What paladins?
He kind of stops, kind of looks grim a little bit, and kind of back at her. Necromancer hunters. They love to kill necromancers, whether they're good or bad.
And were you good or bad?
I would like to think I was good. At
You
least
don't
I
have
tried.
you don't have the killer instinct in you.
No.
It shows on occasion, but only fleetingly, like a flame before a gust of wind.
Yeah, sometimes I smell blood in the air. Especially towards humans. But I haven't gone out of control yet.
Good. Still,
Nah, I got too many smart people on my team. They'll keep me the ropes in. Sweats and Percival, Ren, Soren, Valen.
good. Well, consider yourself to have another one watching out for you. I don't want you going hostile and berserk like Rainier did.
He shakes his head. No, I don't think I could ever get that bad. But then again, how many people say that and it happens?
Yeah. Suppose it's fair.
I don't even really like necromancy all that much.
Going into it because it's family business?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you have an affinity for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's just a bloodline, generational talent. I mean, it's not that I don't like it, but I didn't get a choice.
I guess. I can understand that. I'm sure if I was given a choice to be anything but what I am, then I would be.
Yeah, it's so weird that I finally have a chance to see the world as it is and see how many different people are good at so many different things, and it's just I want to do everything, but I have to stay where I'm at because I have to hone the skills that I have. If I try to be a jack of all trades, I'm not very useful.
No, you won't be. A jack of all trades is a master of none. And
Mm-hmm.
if someone were to practice a single sword swing every day for their whole life, that might be all they ever need.
He gives a nod, especially with the great teachers that I have had in my life, and he looks up at her.
Roll an insight.
Yep. 12?
Roll a thing.
Blink, 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 blink.
Okay. You catch a very slight blush from her as she kind of like turns away and puts some hair behind her ear. Yeah, I guess. I guess I'm kind of okay.
Kind of okay. The things I've been doing were taking years to master.
You're just drawing on a bit of the ingrained skills and talent that I have. You make your own, though.
Fair. Yeah. Yeah, that I do. I'm used to making stuff that I have to have at the time, like, if that makes sense.
No, I understand.
Play the cards I've been dealt. That's a better word.
Yeah, that is a better phrase. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to napping in the corner. And she
Oh,
proceeds
you're-
to...
He's like, watch a little. Oh, you're still. Oh, okay. Do you need any? Do you need a pillow? Blanket? Anything?
She pauses in her approach to a corner and she says, Agathar, I've been trained to sleep while standing up with my eyes open and aware of everything around me within a 120-foot radius. I can sleep without a pillow.
He like kind of rocks on his foot and heel. Just true. Very fair. Very, very fair. I mean, if you want the bed, I could sleep on the
I'm
floor or
not.
something.
I'm not gonna take your bed. Agathar,
Fair enough.
roll me
Hi.
a general charisma.
Oh god. Okay. Okay, 15. Okay, 15 is pretty all right.
Okay. Alright. She pauses, and she's like, I'm not gonna take it from you. You're small enough, I suppose I could sleep with you in the same bed.
He starts turning red. Yeah.
Eyes
That-
narrow. Don't get any funny
yeah.
ideas.
I wouldn't even imagine. You could fucking cut my head off if I do anything.
I can quite literally feel your emotions. You realize this?
Yeah.
Okay. With that, the sleeping arrangements have been settled. Whenever you sleep, I will sleep as well. And I will do so in the same bed.
Oh.
Don't make a big deal about it.
He kind of mutters something a little to himself, and he just kind of like slides back to his work. And I think the general emotions she's getting from him is essentially like I mean, it's obvious he's freaking crazy for her, but it's like there isn't really a sense of lust like from other guys. It's like, oh yeah, this hot chick's going with me, or it's just like, yeah, we're gonna sleep in the same bed. It's just like kind of more of an innocent like, this person I like is doing things. I don't know how to. What do I do? What's happening? I don't know what to feel. This is
No,
crazy. This is amazing.
No, I figure as much. You can roll an insight on her if you want.
I mean, I'm never gonna turn that down. It's a 9.
It's a 9? Oh boy, howdy. Let's see if Master Assassin can. No, they didn't roll lower. You don't get much.
So they're connected, right? Can't like she can feel what he feels at most times.
He needs to make an active check to do so.
Right, but he's not actively gonna.
You see,
That's
it's
unfair.
He's fine
Well,
with her prying into him. He doesn't want to.
Allow me to explain.
Well, no, I
She
mean,
is-
I'd say it's unfair for Agathar. Like it's not. It's a cool gameplay thing, but she has him at an unfair advantage.
I mean, it's one of those things where he can very easily try and peer into the soul, so to speak. But, it's just something that she innately does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Agathar doesn't do it because he's more conscious. He's fine with her reading into him, but it's one of those like asking for consent sort of stuff. He doesn't want to pry into her because that's her privacy, and he knows she's been through the shitter. So he's like, "Well, I'm an open book." Like, if you're comfortable with doing that, I'm fine with being the end of that, but I don't want to do it to you.
I mean, it's more.
I just thought it was funny.
It's more unintentional, I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I just found it kind of funny.
Anyway,
Yeah,
she will post up in the corner, and despite so I don't think I've ever properly described her. Like, she is a squirrel person, obviously, but over the past few weeks since you first made her, she has changed in various different ways. First of all, the coloration along her tail has gone from this brown and patchwork look to being smooth and colorful. She has a mixture of this dark purple, these reds, and these transitional colors between the two of them along her tail, going up along the back of her neck and into her hair. And her eyes themselves are this deep purple.
Yeah,
And-
he's kind of like working
Okay.
as well. He's just, you look nice. Very different than a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's because this body is acclimating to my soul again and changing to fit it.
Oh, that's good.
Well, I'm alive again. So on a technicality, this former corpse body is now a body. Once more at the very least.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm gonna be in the corner now. You can go back to your
Okay.
work. You're close. And she'll kind of lean against the wall, and it's almost as if you stop perceiving her.
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes slide over the corner of the wall where you know she's supposed to be, but she's not there. She's just not there.
Yeah. He kind of takes takes a moment to compose himself, because A, now someone's watching him work, and B, it's someone he wants to impress. So he has to like kind of take a second to acclimate, and then okay, mind focus back to work, and then he starts skittering around again like a little gremlin.
After about 15 minutes of working, you aren't even aware that you're being watched. You're back to normal.
Mhm.
It's like those traveler coins. You look on one side, you forget the other side.
Right.
Meanwhile, camera pan out of room and zoom over the horizon and to a little rooftop where Neatal has situated a blanket and has slowly pulled out a couple glasses of wine, some cups, and a few materials to make some delicious salads and sandwiches. She is seated across from you, Rensois. She's smiling at you in a very sultry way, giving you clear bedroom eyes.
What did you pack for the picnic?
She just gestures to the sandwich spreads and the salad spreads. Well, I didn't really know what you wanted, so I figured we'll go basic this date. You know, for a first date.
Yes. It looks good. She'll kind of comb through for the vegetarian options.
I mean, they're all very easily separated. So it's very easy for you to pick out the vegetarian options and just make yourself a basic salad. And she will do the same, kind of like mimicking what you do. And then she'll offer you a couple salad dressings here and there if you want any of those, like some Caesar salads, some ranch dressing, basic stuff.
Do you have a raspberry vinaigrette?
Ah! An aficionado for the true vinaigrettes. That should go on salads, I see. And she'll pull out some of that and present it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And the two of you enjoy a lovely, crisp salad in the peace of the night. Do you drink any of the wine?
Probably, yeah.
Alright then.
Rincel's not like super into wine. She'll drink it from time to time.
Alright, fair enough. These particular wines, one of them is actually carrot-based. It's carrot wine.
I mean, well, that she'll go for.
You think Neatal doesn't know how to wine and dine a lady? But yeah, no. The carrot wine itself, it tastes very similar to your carrot cocktail, but it's not from the bar with no name. It doesn't have that same quality to it that it has there, but it is still very good quality. It actually even this wine in particular actually even has like a bit of a fruitier twist to it to go with that hard crunch of vegetable carrotness, if that makes sense. But and almost unconsciously you check to see you check both wine bottles and they're both sealed and still have their original wax seals on them. Almost by habit. And she'll you guys pour yourselves each your own little wine glass, and you sit in silence for roughly 30 minutes. She stares at you the whole time, just appraising.
Did you want to ask more questions?
Well, I was waiting on us to finish eating our food before I continued, or before, you asked me anything. Whatever really floats your boat.
I mean, we can talk over drinks.
Alright, then. She pours you a cup, she pours herself a cup, and she offers one to you, and she has her own.
Rincewind will take it.
Alright. She takes it as well, and she takes a sip from hers. So, the stars are very pretty tonight. Almost like a certain star I see before me. She gives you a wink.
Yeah. She kind of like looks up. It's, I suppose it's not the worst light pollution in the world here, but I mean, you can't beat an open field staring up at the sky.
Geez,
Away from the hubbub of civilization.
yeah, well, geez, you should have told me. I would have had a carpet over there fly us out of the forest. Still can.
She'll just kind of like look to Neatal, gesture to the very clear druid garb, and just like, what about me doesn't scream that I prefer the forest?
Well, to be fair, I don't make assumptions about people. For all I know, you could have been a druid that likes the city as much as they love the forest. I mean, hell, maybe you weren't a druid at all. Maybe you're one of those, like, nature clerics.
Fair. No, I'm a spores druid, as well as a monk.
Oh, like those are the ones with the mushrooms, right?
Yes. And she'll kind of like move aside some of the fur on her neck, like showing some of the small mushrooms growing in the fur.
Oh! Gosh, I'm surprised I didn't bump into any of those.
They're pretty small and unobtrusive.
She looks at him for a little bit, and I'm gonna make a roll for her.
I'm not a spores druid or anything. I just haven't bathed in like 10 years.
What kind of
They're not growing
mushroom?
shrooms, just moss.
What kind of mushroom are they, specifically, if any?
I know I had one picked out.
What are they, cordyceps?
Remember.
You got some cordyceps
It's not
growing on?
Yeah, The
Bunch
Last of
dead
Us.
ants on them.
Dun dun. No. Shit. Let me look through. I gotta go through the conversation with Angel. Did we mention the name of the mushrooms? Mushrooms. Oh no, it is. They are. They're like shelf mushrooms.
Shelf mushrooms? Okay.
Yeah.
She'll actually snap her fingers. Oh, those are shelf mushrooms. Yeah, I recognize them.
Yes. Do you have an interest in like nature and stuff as well, or is it?
Well, here, give me a minute. I have to go take a dog out. Dude!
Oh my god. Shit.
Come on.
It's an Inumashi.
Percy's gonna show up and be like, I didn't have to do anything, they sabotaged themselves.
Oh no, she fell off a roof. That's so sad.
The
It's
trash
the
takes
spi-
itself out.
It's the spirit of Maxwell come to help me out.
He was a wingman this entire time.
Even in death. He is the truest of the homies.
Agathar, I need you to summon his spirit so he can be my wingman. What?
My apologies, he was getting rowdy. So,
It happens.
as I was saying, well, yeah, I have like a minor vested interest in them. I mean, I use them on occasion.
For your ninjaing.
Sure, of course I do. You know, some of the greatest ingestible uh some of the greatest ingestible poisons can be from mushrooms.
I suppose that's true.
In fact, and she'll kind of like reach into her vest pouch and she'll pull out a small vial of this pearlescent liquid, and she'll kind of like show it to you. If you'd like, you can roll me a nature check with advantage.
Sure.
14. You have it on the tip of your tongue what this might be, but you're not sure, sadly. Now you kind of like look at her for a little bit. She's like, this is a, sorry, you may not know it by sight, but it's a poison called midnight tears. It's typically extracted from very particular mushrooms here and there. But what it does is it is a delayed reaction ingested poison. You use it to poison someone's drink or their food or something like that, and they eat it, and then, well, whenever the clock strikes midnight, quotation marks, the nighttime air, the moon, the lunar cycle itself, no one's really quite sure what triggers it, but, well, they take effect, and typically speaking, that person dies. And she'll just shrug and put that back into her pouch and put that back inside her robes.
Interesting.
Yeah, you know, kind of. Just some of the things you need to know in certain professions. But I don't really like to talk too much about that. I also happen to have some other mushrooms that can be eaten, if you know what I mean. She gives you another wink as she pulls out a small little bag of mushrooms that you would recognize very well as being edibles. The kind that gets you high.
I will pass.
Oh, what? You don't do shrooms, mushroom girl?
No, I'm not that kind of a druid.
Ah, I understand. You're not on the peace pipe, so to speak.
No, not exactly.
I mean, you could be on the peace mushroom, considering your occupation, but I understand. I'm not here to pressure you into anything, jeez. She'll just slip that back into her robes, into her outfit again. So, what got you interested in mushrooms?
Well, like I told you before, I was raised by Master Mel. She had sensed something within me, the spark of a druid, and pretty much brought me up herself. And I guess, I suppose between, being raised by a master of the necromantic arts and, well, living within the bramble, I suppose it was a natural inclination to go towards the more necrotic arts myself, which, in the realm of druids, leads you to the circle of spores.
Huh. Yeah, I think I understand that. I get it. So, out of curiosity, and she'll kind of like begin putting up a couple the food items that are not in use anymore. Her eyes seem to.
The farther I go in my training, they will truly become a part of me.
She
But for now,
stares.
it's
Sorry, go ahead, finish.
more. It's like I can use them to aid in, well, eh, taking care of my enemies or cloaking myself in them for protection. And she'll kind of like the glow from her staff will kind of slowly dim, and she'll kind of like shake it a bit, and the spores will kind of like just kind of gently float to the ground. And she'll just like kind of like gently brush them to the side a bit.
While you're explaining, you see her eyes just kind of like alight in the light of the glow of your spores and the various um and the various mushrooms and the various spores kind of like floating through the air, the magic infusing through them. Her eyes are kind of like alight by these as well. And you see this sense of wonderment kind of like exuding from her. Whenever you're done explaining, she kind of gives a nod. Yeah, I understand. That was really pretty.
Ah, they are. It's.
I'm not gonna start
I
growing them.
suppose it's.
I'm not gonna start growing mushrooms on me, am I?
Hmm,
If they like you.
who who knows? I don't.
Oh, ha, ha. I see how it is.
Hmm. Still, though, I suppose it's one of those things where it's lucky that I live in Vitrium, you know? The she she kind of like snaps to attention and like realizes that, oh yes, she has been this close, but she's been dorking out over mushrooms. And now that she's aware of it again, back to like ramrod straight.
That's my fucking sister.
I I uh, sorry. I I get a bit I suppose it's just rare for folks to take an interest in this.
She leans in close, puts her nose to yours. You're being a little tease, aren't you? No, I understand. And hey, look, like, and she'll kind of like pull her hand back and lean back a bit. And she's like, "Hey, look, I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I?" All right then. Just wanted to make sure. Because whenever I first saw you, I thought you were just being adorable and stuff. Now you told me it's more of just like a general issue you have, and now I'm just like, oh geez, have I been overstepping things a bit in my own little teasing manner? Because like I like to have fun, but I'm not over here to be all like skeevy and shit, you know?
Sort of thing.
All right. Probably would have been better outside the
No.
wall.
It's fine. The, the picnic was lovely, by the way. I, um, I, maybe? I, oh, it's a, well, it's just, we're gonna be busy soon, with, with the raid and then, I mean, we'll be helping your group, so we, I,
But hey, that's date 2 thing, she says with a question mark. Oh, it's a maybe. Gosh. She'll lean forward a bit and just kind of like give a caress of the cheek. And she pulls you in with intent, but she leaves that last inch for you to cross. All right.
I was about to say, I
understand.
somehow don't put it past you to show up at my window exactly tomorrow.
I'm not gonna push you.
Pretty late.
Although,
We
hey,
should. probably start getting back.
There's nothing wrong with it. With both getting a little kiss or not getting one.
She'll very like robotically like stand up and kind of like move off to the side.
I'm fine either way. I got to make you blush. She winks. And she'll stand and she'll kind of like gesture for you to move off the blanket.
And she'll step forward and take the hand and kind of just like a mumble to thank you.
And she'll and her carpet will kind of like move over to her side and she'll step on it and she'll offer you a hand up. Hey. And she'll kind of like lean down and, you know, give you a little cheek caress again. And she'll stare into your eyes and she'll be like, hey, anytime, okay? Now, time for you to sit in my lap. Don't want you to fall off. Although, I do have safety measures. I wouldn't risk you for anything.
Okay. Yes.
She will wrap her arms around you. Francois, you probably noticed this, but
she'll
her
just
bust is on.
blush and sit on the carpet and lean into her. Yeah, kind of figured. She's like twice her height.
Yeah. And with that, she's like, Sim, Sala, Bim, Bim, go ahead and fly us back to the tavern at a slow pace. Not too slow.
To the tune of the Flintstones.
Although, what do you think, Rensois? Do you want to go slow or do you want to go
Slow's fine.
Slow is fine? Alright then. Well, Sim Salabim, take us on a nice, slow ride. And with that, the two of you lift off and you begin a very, very slow ride back to the tavern. Percival, around this point in time, roll me a perception check.
Alright.
14. Let me roll a thing over here in the background. Okay. You look around outside the tavern, and you don't see anyone kind of like moving down the street. So, what are you doing?
I have Smudge in the air looking for them. She didn't. I don't know. It doesn't feel like I would have noticed Rensois leaving. So I am assuming they went out the window.
It is a
They went out the
possibility.
window.
But then again, you were very
Which
distracted by learning.
I was also constantly saying I was looking over my shoulder at other people in the room.
It is fair enough.
Percy is too paranoid to leave things to chance. But she's taking things slow. She doesn't want to raise suspicions of anyone looking around, so she's got Smudge in the air, seeing if there's anything. What she doesn't know very much about this rabbit woman, but what she does know she doesn't like. She is a hussy. A hussy who does not know her place.
So, what are you doing?
Well, if I don't spot them,
No, you don't spot him.
she could be anywhere. And I don't necessarily have the speed. And I do not know how long she's been gone. Now is likely missing them. What time is it?
It is roughly. You guys went to bed at around 6:37 ish. I would say it's probably about like 10:30, 11 ish.
Okay. The longest she could be feasibly have been gone for is like around 2 hours. And Percy surmises chances of a first encounter with how skittish Rensois looked the first time around being mentioned, chances are not a lot is going to happen. She will wait. She goes back up to Rensois' room. How good does the lock on this door look?
How good? It's a high quality lock.
Of course.
I mean, you know someone who could pick locks.
I mean,
don't
she doesn't know you
want
pick locks. You've never
well,
expressed this ability.
That's kind of fair, but I haven't had the opportunity. I've been picking pockets, so. But again, they didn't. I haven't really. Never mind.
Did I not take that spell? I guess I didn't. She
Something
thinks
that-
to herself.
Suddenly, the
It's
knock spell
late
looks
enough.
very approving.
No, that would wake everyone up. She looks to Smudge. Nah, he'll be resting soon enough. She focuses on her familiar and uses polymorph on them.
You cast the polymorph spell on.
Yes, I do.
Alright, what'd you turn him into?
I turn them into like a tiny, like an ant.
Alright. They are
And I
alright.
slip them under the door.
Alright. They are Ant Smudge. They are on adventure. They're skittering. And they
I
go under the
send
door.
them under the door.
Yep.
As soon as I give them enough time to be on the other side before I snap, and they're back to being a raven.
Alright. Easily done.
And they find a comfortable place to perch, unlike the side table.
Alright. Are they trying to hide?
No,
Okay.
just kind of like doing the comfortable bird sit where they look like they don't got legs.
Okay then. Alright then. And what do
And
you
she-
do?
And she will play the waiting game,
Alright. How long you want to wait?
and as long as it takes.
Alright then. The minutes tick by.
I mean, Percival doesn't sit in that exact spot. She goes back down to the bar and finds a place to sit by the hearth and rest her eyes. She shuts her eyes and essentially is sitting in Smudge's eyes.
Alright then. The minutes tick
For
by.
all intents and purposes, she looks, for all intents and purposes, Percy looks like she's like dozing by the fire in a public place where she has eyes on her, and she is really sitting in Smudge's body.
All right then. The minutes tick by, and those minutes drag on to like. First, it's a couple minutes to 5, then 10, then 20, then 40, then 50. An hour later, at around 11, Smudge would notice that the window to Rensoir's room is opening up again. And Rensoir, you guys have a very comfortable and comfortably warm 1 hour travel through the city by a very slow flying magic carpet. As Neatal just takes this time to sit in comfort. And she just holds you. She doesn't do much anything else. All she does is hold. If you wish to make small conversation with her, she will respond. But other than that, she is content to just sit in silence and let you rest in her arms.
Let me roll how comfortable did she end up feeling. Nope. She's nervous. Yeah, no, she kind of just sits there in silence.
Alright then.
Kind of just like...
Also, you rolled that to GM on accident.
No, that was on purpose.
No, fair enough. Alright then. Well... She's gonna try and comfort you. What would the roll be that she has to make in order to attempt to comfort you?
Oh my god.
She can attempt another massage if you would like.
You missed it. She is a creeper.
Mom,
Huh?
Mom, please. I'm in the middle of a stream. Just, like,
I mean,
another 30
I
minutes.
guess the massage would probably just be sleight of hand again.
And then he was nice.
She's...
He slid on the eyes. It was hilarious.
Okay. Sorry, say again.
The massage would just be sleight of hand.
Alright then. She's halfway decent at those. Boy howdy, 27. She just kind of like massages your shoulders very gently. Just like, still so tense. Here I was thinking you trusted me.
I'm trying.
Don't worry too much
I'm not
about
good
it.
at this.
Hey, look, you're fine. If my estimates are correct, you've had
So you
what?
keep telling me.
Hey, if I
Usually
wasn't...
when you're staring at my ass.
Oh, really? I stare at your tits too, and your face. You got a cute little button nose. I'm an equal opportunity learer. Look,
You are unabashed.
just a little bit. Kind of have to be in order to get with shy girls like yourself. Otherwise, you won't push for much.
So what you're saying is this is a developed habit for going after the shy ones.
Oh! Just a little. Occasionally. Although I will say, you're the best looking.
Is that also what you tell them?
No, not really. I like to speak truth. And the truth that I have for you is that you are an adorable little bean, an adorable little bun bun. You're my honey bun.
Hmm. um, and she'll like go red in the face again. One thing at a time. um,
But of course, one thing at a time. I don't want to go too fast for you. Of course, I say that teasingly. But still, as I was saying, if I wasn't okay with the pace you wanted to go at, then I wouldn't be slowly meandering through the city on a flying magic carpet. Relationships are a lot like this carpet in a way. They can be slow, fast, and terrifying at the same time. It's just a matter of
I'll definitely attest to that last one.
well,
I am fully out of my depth beyond brain going, call cute bunny woman.
oh, I'm cute now, am I?
She just shuts her mouth.
Oh, and you do like the height difference as much as I do. Understandable. I know what it's like. Oh, that's a thought I'll have to keep for date number 2.
Why do I have a sudden sense of dread?
Oh, don't be full of dread. Be full of excitement for what's gonna happen. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Either that or you're gonna be so red in the face and blushy ooh ooh that I'm gonna love it just as much as you probably will like it.
Oh, God, you sound like Master Mel.
I don't know her, so I can't say. I just know what I like, and I go for what I like. And speaking of, seems as if our stop is coming up. Ho, ho, hum. Such a short-lived little ride.
It was nice.
Well, I'm glad you had fun. It was my intention for you to.
So long as it's not half bad. So long as I stay looking up.
Well, I mean, considering the sight you see when you look up, can't be all that bad. She grins.
She just kind of pouts. Yeah, I meant not seeing the ground.
I mean, you can't see much with these.
Oh my God, you are incorrigible.
Hey, what can I say that I haven't said already? And with that, the carpet kind of like pulls up beside the window, and the window opens up, and she stands first, and she makes sure that her carpet is flush with the window, and she kind of like gently, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna look at her stance for a second. Ah, okay. She's gonna pick you up. Ah, don't worry, I got you. You trust me, right?
I don't have much choice right now. Let's just get inside, please.
Oh, that's where I'm going. And She lifts you up bridal style, very effortlessly. And she just steps into the room, ducks under the window, and pad, she's on the floor in your room. And she very gently walks you over to your bed and lays you down there. Hey. She kind of like looks over. She kind of like has her arms on the bed, looking over you. Hey.
Yes.
She just stares. Want me to tuck you in?
Is it about midnight now?
No, it's around 11.
It's like 11 o'clock.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
There's like a soft hiss from the from Smudge as the glob of like pitch black like kind of like lifts its head and becomes a bird.
Hold on. Do. Okay. Francois, as soon as the hissing starts, you see Neotal's eyes dilate, and in an instant, she has a dagger in the hand and she has tossed it through Smudge as the ink splotch just explodes.
What?
Sorry, Force of Habit, was that yours?
No.
Was that yours?
It was Percival's.
Oh. It's pretty creepy.
So, here's what I would like to do if you'll allow me to.
Yeah, okay. I will get Rensoir's reaction first, and then I will go to you. So, she says, kind of creepy, isn't it?
Or, it's like either Smudge got in here when I was in here and has been just locked in here since, or they realized that I was missing and left Smudge as a sentry of sorts.
Alright, and with that, Percival, what do you do?
So, the moment they arrived, and the whole, like, getting into the room and going over to the bed, Percy had already gotten up and started moving.
Yep.
She's trying to get to the roof.
The roof?
Yeah.
Alright, how are you going to get to the roof?
Is there access to the roof?
No, there's no rooftop access. You need to climb up. Or fly.
The roof will be on fire.
Such ass. I look for the path of least resistance to get up to that window.
To
in the quickest amount of time.
To that window. Well, do you have a polymorph spell active?
I used it.
You don't have another 4th level slot?
I used them earlier in the day, and I had one short rest to get 1 4th level slot back.
Ah. Alright then. So, the path of least resistance would... So, the path of least resistance...
here's an example. I can cast Entangle across the side of the building and climb it.
Entangle works with plants that are already there?
Are there no plants?
Not on this bar. Not on this building. That'd be like other buildings in the nearby area. Like more druid-centric buildings. The bar with no name doesn't have any like growth or lichens on or lichen on it.
Does it? I think Entangle. I don't think it has anything to do with Limiwa.
Yeah, I don't think it. Grasping
I
weeds
think
and vines sprout from the ground.
Yeah.
Sprout from the ground.
Yeah, you.
I'm just
Yes.
trying to do a thing. If you don't want me to do that thing, I won't do that thing.
I'm sorry, there isn't a way that you can get to the roof in a reasonable amount of time. Like, you could climb it, and you can very easily climb onto the roof. It would just take more than a few rounds. Sadly.
Well, rounds are seconds.
Well, like, it would take you, like, probably another minute, or, like a couple minutes to climb up to the roof.
She, like, once again, curses the travelers for being the shifty, terrible things they are, for selling her a broom that then, ditches her the moment it gets freedom. Those horrible, terrible pack of cultists.
Alright. Anyway, she, also, Rensois, if you look over to where, like, the splotch of ink is, there isn't a dagger there anymore. Like, there used to be one, now it's gone.
Okay, here's what I would like to do. How about this?
Oh, okay.
Who's the room adjacent?
Probably Agathar, and...
That's Agathar.
Yeah, it would be Agathar on the right, Valen on the left.
I go to Agathar's room, because I know he's in there.
Alright, then.
And I give it so as soon as they're walking in, I'm rapping on his door lightly.
Alright, then. Agathar, you're currently in bed.
No, he's currently
I should
working on a
have an hour
spell
left.
until
Yeah, I should have an hour
midnight.
left.
Oh, until midnight. Fair enough.
Yeah, until midnight. 6.
Okay. You hear a knock on your door, Agathar.
I think it takes a half second, and then his head jerks up. Huh? What? And he looks at the door, and then
Tap,
the door
tap,
kind of
A tap, 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 tap.
opens. It opens by himself, and you just see the absolute, like, chaos in this room, full of magical notes, chalk drawings on the ground. There's a human skeleton just standing, like, in the middle of the room, and he's like on all fours, like a gremlin crawling around.
She closes the door behind her, steps over the incantations, and pats your head.
Hey, what's up?
Organization helps in the development of spells.
Oh, this is my organization.
It is not. Don't mind me. I step up to the window, open it quietly, and I hop over to the rug that should still be floating out in the in front of the window.
He's just
Hold
so
on.
surprised. He just
Give a minute. So, I would say it probably took you roughly a minute and a half or two to get there and get that done. And
This all started the moment that window opened and they started walking in and chatting.
Yes, I know. I'm trying to measure that timetable as well. So, she's like, I don't really much care for sentries, and she begins to leave. And around the point in time she steps onto her own carpet, Percival, you leap and you land on the carpet as well. She looks at you.
They were talking for like 10 minutes.
They weren't talking for... Like, she laid her down, and then the bird hissed. And then she tossed it at the bird. And they had a couple more seconds.
There was a whole conversation they had. Like, there were words.
That was up to the thing.
If she gets onto a rug, I'm not going to jump onto it. I guess my whole operation's fucked. I'll just go back then.
You know what? Yeah, fuck it. You're on the rug.
Okay.
I'll let you I'll let you do the thing. You land on the rug as like she turns to leave and just like you're on the rug.
Do the thing.
Percy's standing there on the rug in the window.
Oh,
Obviously seeing you here.
my head slowly pokes out of my bedroom window.
Neatal.
I smell drama.
Neatal grins at you, Percival, and puts her hands behind her head. Fancy seeing you here too.
Percival? Why? How did you even get there?
She like leans over. And why are you out on a night where we are currently being hunted?
Yeah, she was safe.
Was she?
Yeah, I was taking good care of her.
You are one woman.
one woman of means.
One self-absorbed woman who thinks herself immortal.
I don't think myself immortal, toots.
She steps onto the windowsill and into the room. You're also someone who's rather pushy.
Oh. Am I now?
Can I stealthily
And you're
kind of
not?
crawl along the wall to poke his head at the window just to see what the
Sure.
hell's going on?
Go ahead and make a stealth.
Oh god, okay.
Like Nat 1 falls off the building.
Yeah, we're
Ah!
right.
Alright then. 14.
14. Yeah,
Uh,
pretty no.
I think Renswaw probably notices you, but Percival doesn't.
I have a passive of 14.
Passive
Well,
of
your
14.
back is-
Alright,
I guess
if
you
it
hear a little
if it
crack.
meets, it beats for the passive at the very least. So yes, Agathar is just barely hidden from Percival, but not
defender
from...
wins.
With regards to passive checks, you have to meet or exceed their passive perception to actually, stealth past them. Like, a passive
That's
perception
not
is a
how that
DC.
works.
A passive perception is a DC, and an active check is rolled against each other. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Oh, I guess okay. That's fine.
Alright. It doesn't exactly matter. Neotal just kind of says, yeah, well, I mean, look who's being pushy right now. Coming up into someone's room without their permission.
I mean, you did throw a knife through her familiar.
Well, that's because I didn't know it was her familiar. If I knew it was just I thought it was just some random hissing bird that was just, it wasn't here when I was here last, and now it's here. I thought it was a spy. I wanted to be safe.
It was a spy. I was trying to keep a lookout for you, my friend.
Oh.
The one you pulled out of her safe haven.
Well, her safe haven.
The
is-
Inumashi agrees.
Shush.
Wow.
Well, her safe haven can also be with someone that she trusts and that can take good care of her.
On a second time seeing you at all, you're trying to garner that kind of trust.
Well, I
You're
mean,
also trying to get rather pushy with her.
here's the thing. If Francois wanted to say anything against it, she would have.
Oh, I know your type.
Stop it.
Just because someone is incapable of saying no, you think it's a good reason to get handsy and get close when you very well can see they are not interested.
She quirked an eyebrow. I don't know. Francois did call me cute. And said that she might be open to a second date. Isn't that right, Francois? She looks over to her.
I mean,
I would like to insight Francois.
go for it.
I would as well, since I'm
I-
Neotal will
I-
also insight Francois.
Oh, no.
I beg the gods of D&D to grace me in this moment.
Oh,
I will
nope.
use my final lucky of the night.
Yes, get it. Come on.
I thought you already
Come on.
used it.
No, I had
Oh.
one more.
Alright, fair enough. It's like a
Better than
14.
nothing.
14.
12.
Neotal gets a 15.
God damn it.
I mean, it's like she kind of looks away and kind of scratches at her cheek. And she's like, I mean, the picnic was nice.
See? The picnic was nice. I took her out for a night on the town. And we set our boundaries.
Did you know?
Yes, we did. Because, you see, Percival, here's the thing. Not everything's cut and dry. first meetings, first impressions, they're all malleable to a certain degree. They can either be very good, very bad, but ultimately speaking, it's what you do on the second meeting of someone that makes all the difference. Me, when I found out that Francois here is a hermit from the woods that has not a lot of social interaction, I rolled myself back, and I thought to myself, have I been making her uncomfortable? And I had a conversation with her. And through that conversation, me and her discovered a mutual understanding and a few boundaries to set up. And we did. Francois, if you would be so kind as to confirm this, I would like you to do so.
Little brother insight.
I mean, with a 6, she's being very obvious about what happened.
Right.
I
With a 17,
don't-
she's being very obvious about what happened.
Nothing happened. She said she'll go slow, and because I have quite frankly no idea what I'm doing. Yeah.
Neatal kind of like spreads her hands out in a well, there it is pose.
I'm sorry if I worried you randomly disappearing. To be fair, I did not expect a magic carpet to suddenly fly up to my window.
No one ever expects the magic carpet. It's like the Spanish Inquisition or
No.
some other thing.
The fuck is the Spanish? Also, again, yes, no one expects it, because normal people use doors.
Well, maybe next time I will use a door.
Although, to be fair, those two are also using the window, so maybe I'm the weird one.
2. She looks up.
I got
Agathar
this
ducks
critter's
behind the window. I saw you!
First, he kind of like looks from what the fuck's her name? Natalia to
Neatal.
Francois. Neatal, whatever. The hussy. To Francois is like, is this what you want? Or is this just what you're saying to appease them?
I have zero idea how any of this works. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like,
Neatal's gonna lift up a hand and say, tell you both what. First of all, me and you are kind of invading her personal space. Why don't we, vamoose and give the girl some time to think? Alright? And, Francois? Lovely having you along for a
No.
wonderful picnic.
yes, of course.
I am very much still interested in you. And if that interest is reciprocated, even if on a different level than what I would desire, then, well, that's fine. Take the night, think about it, go out, kick some ass tomorrow. I'll be there, I'll help out, and, we'll say afterwards we'll, maybe try out that second date, or just have a drink in the bar after a long day's work.
I feel like that's the one that's most likely to happen, to be honest.
Hey, whatever floats your boat.
Anytime. I expect a lot of headaches tomorrow, because nothing can ever go well. Nothing can ever go easy, and nothing can most certainly ever go to plan.
Such is the case for most things adventuring. Neatal is then going to take 2 steps backwards towards the door, grip it, unlock it, and open it, and gesture for Percival to roll out.
She side-eyes Rensois before leaving.
And whenever she leaves, Neatal does not leave after her, but she also doesn't shut the door either. She backwards walks with Percival in her line of sight and her in Percival's. As she steps up, walks through the window and back onto her carpet. She gives you a little toodaloo wave, and the door shuts. And then she turns to Rensois, gives her a small bow, a little blow of a kiss, and then her doors
Like flush.
and then her windows click closed as well. And then with a muffled speech of Sim Sim Salabim Bim, she floats away. Percival.
As
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Rensois kind of like draws her knees up in the bed, and it's just like, fucking Agathar's not gonna let me hear the end of this.
Percival, you are outside the door. If you wish to do anything, you may certainly do so.
Ah, fuck, he's gonna tell Phelan.
Percy walks to the end of the hall, palming a vial, and she throws it at the corner of the where the wall and the floor meet with a smash before she steps into her room and shuts the door behind her.
As the alchemist fire begins to consume the tavern. No.
As
It's an orange liquid.
yeah.
Aw.
And with that, I believe we can draw session to a close, as everyone takes a nice, long rest after a very eventful day.
And I finished my spell.
Woo! You also get the best gift of all, snugs.
Did you snuggle me?
Yes. You're in the same bed. She has you like on her chest, arms around.
I thought he was gonna, like sleep at the foot of the bed. I think maybe
No.
he starts that way, and then just like as he gets comfortable, she just yanks him up, and he just freezes.
She eats. She yoinks him. She scruffs him. She's like, no, grab.
She's like, why the fuck are you down there?
I thought this was my bed. Now
I
Agathar.exe is not working.
I said we're sleeping in the same bed together. Not you're at the foot of the bed like a dog, idiot.
Sorry.
Pick up. Put down. Scruff. Pulls you into a tight hug.
I think Agathar doesn't fall asleep. I think he passes out. I think he stays up for like 30 more minutes, and then I think he passes out.
All right
Just
then.
stiff like a rock.
Anyway, but with all that, everyone say goodbye to the stream and to the people on the YouTube VODs. Goodbye, everyone. This is me, your dungeon master. Say goodbye, Agathar.
Bye.
Say goodbye, Percival.
Goodbye.
Say goodbye, Renthwu.
Goodbye.
Say goodbye, Soren.
Oi, oi.
And say goodbye, baby.
Alright, people.
All right, good night, everyone, and we will see you all next week on The Rains of Vitrium. And the recording has stopped. We're still streaming
Wow.
as we do a bit of a post stream. So, how did you guys enjoy the decompression session before the chaos of next one?
Was it a decompression session? Was it decompressing, Shad?
Borderline, like a borderline, like, what's the word? Like sexual assault, like a predator?
I mean, I know two of the characters got compressed in one way.
Fair enough.